All right, we're live. Welcome.
So let's not make this into a commercial joke. Let's be subtle. Let's be aware. Let's have an energetic environment um, here that's very alive and real in the spirit of spirituality. And let's hold some standards here in what we're doing.
Very reasonable.
And this is going to be what you make of it, just like everything in life. It's going to be what you make of it. It's not what I make of it because I'm not in control of your mind. You're in control of your own mind. Right? So what you make of this or how you use this is up to you. And if you choose to be here, I recommend that you use this in a deep and big way, in a good way, in a worthwhile way. But if you're going to be here to spread negativity or something like that, that might not be good for you. Or like to use this as a place where you can have, some kind of justification for your anger, for your aggression or whatever, that may not be good for you. You need to consider that. So you might even want to be here, but being here means that you act out your aggression or you kind of toxify your mind. And so if that's the case, maybe you can't be here even though you want to be here because you'd be hurting yourself. Well, we love all the help we can get here. If there's somebody out there who has a lot of experience in enlightenment or Zen, yeah, I'm a representative of Bodhidharma. I'm a representative of the Chan tradition. Don't smirk, Shiva, as if you know the first thing. Don't you ever say Bodhidharma's name, Shiva. And of course, we can't do a live stream because you're so afraid and fearful, but let's not get into that. Um, we all need help. Everybody needs help. So, me needing help wouldn't make me different from any other person on the entire planet. We all need help. Every single person here needs help, right? Okay, welcome to a new supporter. Thank you so much for our new supporter. Um, I will dance. So if we can get 10 gifts in an hour, I'll do a dance. Oh, wait a minute. That's not a new supporter. That's just that they've been a supporter for 2 months. So we did not receive a new member. We did not receive a new supporter. This is just somebody who's been a supporter for 2 months. So that's about appreciating that and celebrating that in the community. So that's a good thing too. I get it. Yeah, and that's the thing is that Shiva is not willing to buy a phone. And I hate to bring in this dynamic here because of course in my live stream it's just me sitting here alone and now I'm talking about Shiva. Who the hell is Shiva? But he apparently is like suspicious that the Iranian government will bomb the Google data centers that's or his bank's data centers or something so that he won't get the check in a week or 2 weeks or whatever from last month. So he can't just use the money that he already has to just go buy a phone. We're very different people in that way. Very, very different people in that way.
It's Mercury retrograde.
Well, whatever it is, I wouldn't be caught dead with an iPhone 13 or something like that. I live a different lifestyle, man. The fact that you've been able to operate like doing YouTube videos and being a content creator and like having like an using an iPhone 13 in 2026, like we're entirely different people in a very fundamental way. I don't care how much money I have. I'm gonna figure it. I'm gonna ask my mom to say, Mom, I'm trying to do this live streaming stuff and I need a phone. Like we're totally different people. Totally different. And that's where you cross the line, Noah. You don't speak about another man's wife, and the relationship between another man's wife. It's not appropriate. It is members only, but we're in a transitionary period to give people the opportunity to become members so that when we are members only, everybody's already a member and we can enjoy that together. So that's what we're working on right now.
Can you please not play copyrighted music?
Just you don't know what you're talking about. There's no issue. You get these emails from YouTube and you think it's like you're getting an email from Isha Foundation. And yeah, man, I saved it. I saved the email you sent me. I
No, you
didn't
didn't.
just Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And if it gets to that point, then we're gonna bring up that. We're gonna bring up what happened, okay? And
I
we
don't.
will. We will bring that up. And some people here know how big of a deal it is, and some people don't. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years, retro rocket. So I've been at this for a little bit. Yeah, I've been at this for a little bit. Of course, I saved it. What do you? What do you? I mean, that was gold. I said, "What? He's sending that to me? He must be out of his mind." Of course, I have saved the email. Of course, I have the document saved that you sent me and then deleted in our private messages. Of course, I have that document, and that document will be released if we reach our funding goal for this evening. Okay.
If mm,
If I reach my funding goal for this evening, then that document will be released. Simple
if
as that.
if my goal gets reached, I'm gonna share a secret about not only myself but Dr. Rob as well.
No, there's no secret for you to share because that's also a
Oh,
part of the mutually assured destruction, although there's nothing you can destroy over here. And that's that there's a number of informations that I've extracted from Shiva in private calls recently. And all of that stuff is going to be brought up very, very soon if Shiva decides to take it in a direction that's inappropriate and against the values that we have in this community.
the funds towards the super chat goal go towards funding my new phone for live streams. And also, I want to admit a piece of evidence to the chat here, real quick.
I wouldn't do that, Shiva. I would not do that. Any admission of evidence is going to mean that the defense also has to admit new evidence to the case. And that is the last thing you would want to do because I promise you, I very much so saved that file, my friend. I very much so saved that file.
Somebody wants me to do that. Against my better judgment, I might as well do that.
Sure. Just like I'll share the information that I've gathered and extracted from you. Very clear information with very clear confirmation. Yeah. What's weird? I think killing school children in Iran is weird. But apparently this is more of a problem than that. Right? You're not worried about the 100+ schoolgirls that were killed by a missile in Iran, but somehow you're worried about this. So if that's your way, then we have different ideas of weird. For me, this isn't weird. This is just like purple face paint on a body, whatever it is. Who knows where this stuff came from? But and this is something deep. This is something real. This is for people who are seriously interested in Buddhism and meditation and spirituality. It's 100% true, Donnie. You should wait and see how high your algorithm will lift you up to before it starts bobbering you back down. You should wait at least 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Don't get stuck in semantics. It's this word. No, it's that word. No, it's this or that word. No, it's not about any words. It's deeper than that. Your attachment to words allows you to be manipulated according to the words that you're attached to. The large language model can just manipulate you. Advertisers can just manipulate you because of your attachments to words. It's not about the words. This is criminal. This is anti semantic. Yeah, this is anti semantic. Exactly what this is. You can call me the anti semantic hero because semantics is not hanging out here. Very soon, this live stream is going to be members only, and only members are going to be the people who are commenting very, very soon, in very short order. Well, I'm already,
Okay.
Shiva, you've already drained all the energy out of me at this point, and I don't know where to go from here.
I know where to go from here. I would like to submit a piece of evidence to the court. And to whoever this behooves, this may need to be seen by people that are in charge.
Well, the people at the Isha Foundation have a few things to say about important things. Read out the banned words to start with a clean slate, not just from my side, but everybody's side. Parts, pardon, parts. Jesus, lolcow, monk, predator, scammer, Shiva, YouTube, all these words, and now I'm going to read out the banned words.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the court, so I'd be pleased for you to behold these evidence presented here to you now is the words that Rob doesn't want you to hear and doesn't want to see on his live stream chat. These are the banned words. These are the words that are censored instantly as you type them. And to whoever this behooves, it means that the word Roberto and Brandon carry the same weight in his inability to process them. So, yeah.
We're going to be transitioning into members only very quickly. Shiva. I don't know. It's me, Shannon. How do you donate? Do you donate on PayPal? Do you donate on Cash App? Do you donate on by volunteering at the local animal shelter? Do you donate by going to the local Buddhist temple and sweeping? How do you donate? I don't know. How would I know how you donate? I don't know who you are, ma'am. And it's not about picking sides, everybody. We have to use this stuff for our spiritual practice and for our spiritual lifestyle. That's what this is all about, right? I mean, are you spiritual? Here, I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to start a poll in my community. And I don't want Shiva to copy this. I don't want Shiva to copy this, but I'm going to start a poll in my community that says, are you spiritual? I'm going to start that poll. Poll. Are you spiritual? And I'm going to add an option for the trolls or negative people. And so you can say yes or no, or you can say F you, right? There's the poll right there. If you don't want to be a part of something, then just move right along because this is something and this is real. And if you don't like that or want that, then you need to go somewhere else right now. Some people here are saying, yes, nice. Well, I'm spiritual too. I'm also spiritual. I don't know, Jacob. I don't know. It's not about getting a phone at this point. It's just about him making more money. And if that's what he wants to do, then that's what he wants to do. That's how he represents himself.
Not true. Can you turn the camera so that you're facing all the cameras at once instead of sideways?
No, I'm starting up another live stream on my PC to live stream in 4K.
Okay, but it's a little bit awkward when you're looking to the side.
That's fine. It's okay to be awkward. Who told you there's something wrong about being awkward?
My teachers in elementary school.
Oh, okay. You know, my first grade teacher, she told me to think before I spoke, and I always resented her for that. I still don't necessarily agree with that kind of thing.
Resentment?
Yeah, of course. It's not good to. I don't agree with resenting anyone more so than my concerns about thinking before speaking or things like this. Light is getting in my eye. This is a strong light to have in my eye at almost midnight.
Yeah. So
I mean, look, am I ruining my life by doing this? No, no, I'm not.
are you sure about that?
Yes,
How do you know that for a fact?
this is a teaching for how to let go of your ego and how to practice egolessness. Um, I I am a spiritual person and I am not schizophrenic
Oh,
anymore. I'm a spiritual person. I'm not schizophrenic anymore. Members only. Just turn on the AC.
you need to invest in blue light glasses, but you're too poor and cheap.
Okay. And this is the
Anyway,
problem I have with trying to do these live streams with Shiva is that he doesn't seem to be able to bring anything to the table of value. The membership is just like $5, so it's nothing crazy. It's $5 a month. And very, very soon our live streams will be members only live streams. Because we've had a lot of trolling, we've had a lot of stalkers, we've had a lot of weird things going on, and there's a need to put all that to an end.
so I bring more value than you can recognize. I am the pillar that holds up your table. Without me, this whole thing would fall.
The Rain Tarot, who's a member, says Shiva is always negative, vibrates much lower than Rob. 100%, I have a much higher vibration than Shiva.
Whoever said that needs to get their brains checked with a scan.
Anyways, it's not important to make judgments about Shiva. It's important for us to come back to our practice of mindfulness and detachment. This is real gold. This is real gold.
I'm
This
going to
is
show you
real
real gold
gold.
when I come back to Canada. So let's change some people's lives here with this live stream.
A lot of people, we have 42 votes and 64% said they're spiritual. So I just wish that there could be some spiritual comments, something for me to work with, something for me to bounce off of. You know what I mean? Well, why wouldn't you be able to become a member, tea drinker? Why would nobody be able to become a member for $5 a month? That's not anything. So consider about becoming a member. You can see just by the craftsmanship, they don't make fake gold in this kind of level of craftsmanship. Okay, you can see that clearly. This isn't a normal gold chain. Certainly, this is real craftsmanship.
Would you mind terribly moving the camera so that the camera is close to both cameras?
No need for that.
Anyways, if you're here watching this, my friends, send a super chat and we'll read your question and talk about the things that you want us to talk about.
Not judging anyone, not even judging yourself.
Yeah, PX Dad, I agree.
Well, I'm doing the best with what I have on the table right now. I didn't prepare anything. I didn't prepare a speech or anything. You could see this as a kind of spiritual art, spiritual performance art.
My friend Pippa, you may have known her. She made a video about you, calling you an artist.
Well, there you go. Pippa made a video about me calling me an artist.
Uh, Pickle122, thank you very much for your donation. Highly appreciate you. And if you have some things to say, send a super chat. I'll read it out loud.
First practice of the day that would be considered spiritual. Don't think about your day. Just wake up and get to it. Too much thinking about the best way to do it, the wrong way to do it. And it's that thinking that pulls you into the negativity and the unskillful ways of being. So stop thinking about it so much. Stop thinking about it at all. Don't think about it.
Thank you very much, my friends, for joining our live
Wake
stream
up
today.
and
Thanks for being.
immediately notice and examine your thinking, and then stop thinking about your thinking
What's
and
your
go into awareness. And for most of us, that means we might not be able to hop directly into meditation, but we may be able to stop thinking about thinking and go into our engagement with the activities of our lives. Don't let thinking run your life or run your mind, right? Look thinking in the face. Look directly at thinking and say, no thanks, not my deal, not my interest.
Somebody asked what my favorite memory is, and it would be childhood memories. Those are generally my favorite. We have a super chat here. Porto Rizman says, "Why are you always arguing,
Okay, be a next ad. You can
or
go to the shadow zone
why are y'all always arguing and in disagreement? Is it for views
and you
or
can go to
true
the
feelings
shadow zone too, John White.
or hate and disregard? So we do we hate each other? Is it for views?
Does it require thought to not think? No, of course it doesn't require thought to not think. Being aware of not thinking is just like being aware of the space in the cup. Most of the time, we're not thinking about the space in the cup, but the space in the cup is always there. So you don't need to think about not thinking to notice not thinking. It's more like you're giving a valuation to not thinking or a valuation to the awareness of the absence of thoughts. It kind of opens up the great gate, what we call in Zen the gateless gate, the great gateless gate.
So we had a super chat here. Would you mind contributing or answering or chiming in? I'd love to hear your perspective.
The breath work is doesn't lead anybody to much success from what I've seen. You can get some kind of experience and some kind of feeling, but it's not actually very good for you. It doesn't actually make much deep difference in your mind or your practice. You can experiment with it. You could do like some the best benefit you could do for holotropic breathing or like heavy breathing, you could do that now and you might be able to more relate to me and my presence here and like what I'm doing here. If you were to like hyperventilate and give yourself a light head, because what they say is something like it shuts off or it disables the intellectual properties of the mind, of the brain. Those are the first to go. So then you kind of are immersed in this directness of experiencing awareness that's not based in the identity view.
So Poterisman, I think this answered your question. This guy doesn't know I'm trying to ask him a question, but it's like I don't exist, even though I have twice as many viewers as he does, and we're dual live streaming. But no, he
You're
just
asking
regards it.
me a question? Shiva, You can't complain with me about dual live streaming when you just don't go and buy the phone that you already have the money for, because you think that the Iranians are going to hack your Canadian bank, or you think that the Google data servers are going to go down and you're going to be stranded somewhere. I don't know why you're making that face.
So why do we argue? Is it for views, or do we have true feelings of hatred and disregard for each other?
I think that you act in a very confused and uninformed way a lot of the time, and you do a lot of things that are ridiculous. So I try to call you out on those, like calling the police on your hotel because your hotel is cheap, so you hear a lot of noise outside. Whether it's a
Right.
machine or whether it's a chicken, it's just kind of ridiculous. So I don't recommend that people do that kind of thing.
Yeah,
You know
okay.
what I mean?
So I have lots to say about that too, your exaggeration and so on. But we have another super chat here. PX Dad says, Rob banned me for speaking truth just now. Yep, I don't
I'm
disbelieve that.
not worried about the war in any way at all.
He bans a lot of people. Yes, potato. So it's not about views at all. This man has. So let me tell you exactly what happened. Next to my Airbnb in Da Nang, there was a business that operated very big, loud, heavy machinery throughout the entire night. And it was so loud that even with my windows closed, the vibrations could be felt through my window. So I've had enough after a month. I'm like, okay, I need to do something about this. I contacted the property owners and I said, please do something. And they said,
So
no,
we're gonna
some
switch it up a little bit, everybody.
there was nothing we can do. And then I said, okay, I'll take matters into my own hands. So I called the hotline for noise complaints, not the police.
I apologize if anybody here is poor or they're going through something like
So there
that,
you go.
but we're gonna switch this up. We're gonna change the dynamics of what's going on here.
So we have genuine disagreements. This is not for views. I hope that answers your questions. But we don't hate each other.
We're gonna be going to members only. So if you can't afford $5 for a membership, then you're probably not in a position for me to give advice to you. Um, but we're just gonna leave the this channel and this opening here to be for members only.
Yeah, you can come over to my channel and talk for free. And also, you know what's funny? Rob called me a rooster killer, but in fact, he
So
eats
this is
chicken.
the difference between the situation with me and Shiva. So I am doing
Thank you.
this for the practice of connecting with people and trying to work with people and help them deepen their spiritual life, give them information and give them support. Shiva is primarily doing this for the purpose of making money.
Incorrect,
So
not true.
there's not anything ultimately wrong with trying to do something for making money, but of course a lot of people have something to say about, that this isn't like a real job or that this is a ridiculous thing to do. But this is not a money making enterprise for me. It's not my primary concern. It's not a big concern for me. And my work is to put myself out there and to connect with people and hopefully allow some connections to open up.
Clowns paint their face to deceive, least trustworthy Weasel says. I don't think he's trying to deceive, but that's has nothing to do with making money. My statement about your exaggeration and your
Well, I
deception
didn't say
right?
that it has anything to do with money. I'm just saying that's a standard that I hold in my life where if somebody is not willing to give me $5 or be a member, then I'm not it's probably not a realistic relationship between me and them for me to work with them. And so there is a consideration and there is a situation where um I'm happy to work with more people, but in the environment, in a kind of toxic environment, there's not there's maybe a line has to be drawn in terms of the people that are allowed to comment or the people that have different it's really people having positions and permissions. So it's everybody can come here and watch and listen, but they're not necessarily going to be able to comment on the page.
Yes, but I'm asking about you particularly, your behavior, your choice of words, how you communicate.
It's none of anybody's business what my behavior and my choice of words are. People need to look at their own behavior and their own choice of words.
Well, that's
This
true.
isn't like a pretend fantasy role playing world where we're pretending to be in like relationships with each other just because we can see the other person, right? The Buddhist teaching is for you to turn the mind around and look at your own behavior and your own actions, not for you to use your mind to go and nitpick or make judgments about other people, especially when you're the guest. You come and go from this YouTube channel, whereas I stay in this YouTube channel because this is my YouTube channel. This is where I do my work and where I live. I live on my YouTube channel.
Work implies job implies.
Going around and constantly judging what other people do and how they live their lives is just a kind of psychosis, basically. A psychosis of not being willing to look at your own mind and your own life. And Shiva, if you don't stop letting random commenters manipulate the way that you're acting towards people, then I'm going to start bringing up the information that you shared with me and the document that you shared with me about something that's been going on in your own life. Hi there, Michael. So if $5 is too much for someone to give or to offer, to be closer in relationship with what's going on here, then that's totally fine for me. It's no skin off my back. This isn't about getting views and about getting money and about this and that.
Keep saying that.
You have to make it well. I'm going to keep saying it because it's true, and people think that this is some kind of money scheme. This is not a money scheme. Um, and I'm happy to have a large reach, but I'm not looking for any weird people out there to give me a reach around. You want to leave a comment, you can become a member. You don't want to be here, you just want to bullshit here, then you have to become a member.
Yeah, so David Blundell says, Rob, a narcissist, run Shiva. I'm here to confront narcissism, not run away. Rob, how dare you blackmail Shiva? That's dirty. He continues on.
And Shiva, it's just that you set such a hard limit for your mind and your way of being to with this kind of stuff that it's just so ridiculous. Such an unskillful way to be with people.
So I'm talking to you
Me
directly.
and you are in charge here. I don't care how many random people give you $2. The more that you give authority to random people that you don't know, the less trustworthy you are as someone being worthy of donations or being worthy of trust in any kind of spiritual way. 100%. So you can go as far down that line as you want to, but most of the people donating and supporting you, which I've said a million times to you, are doing that is some kind of chagrin to me. And I know I play the game about how me and Shiva split the money that people donate and how it's kind of a grift and it's like a thing that we do to get people to donate and then we split it, but actually all the money that you donate is going to Shiva, and Shiva wants and from his perspective needs your money. So
So
you're
David
right,
said,
Zen Strong. That's an insightful, Zen. I've always felt you were insightful in certain ways. Zen Strong says being a streamer is like having hundreds of bosses.
shout out to Zen. So David says that let Shiva speak. You constantly interrupt me. And that's also something that I don't like and appreciate. We're the only ones here. If you can't tell, you're talking to
Well,
everyone.
Isha Foundation
But
has a
I'm
lot of
talking to
things
you.
that they don't like and appreciate as well. And they have pretty high standards in Isha Foundation. And the whole situation is really worthy of a short video, a short 4K video, just kind of a check-in about the relationship with Dr. Rob and Shiva's current social status and how foolish he is and how he makes certain plans and those plans kind of look around him and say, who are you and what do you think that you're doing? Because my actions won't follow you. It's your actions that will follow you in your life, right? For everybody here watching, it's your actions, it's your mindset, it's your mental framework that you're responsible for. I can only be responsible for my mental framework. You can only be responsible for your mental framework. And what it really is it's a rental framework. We're basically renting the mind that we have according to the cause and conditions that appear right now. It's temporary. So this idea of a constant self entity that's going from here to there doesn't actually line up with reality. And Shiva, I think we would have a much better way of going about things if you didn't have to give your true ego and your true self to somebody gave you $2, so now you're pretending that they're your confidant or your advisor or something like that. If you got to read the comment, read it and just ignore it and move on. Stop taking on their identity and their energetic position and like being possessed because somebody gives you $2 or $10 or $20, whatever it is. Stop doing that. There's no like efficacy or truth in what they say or value or relevance to what they say just because it's on the back of a $5 bill. It doesn't matter how much you're like a hobo or whatever, and you're totally okay with that, that you're a beggar or whatever. But it's just a comment on the back of a $5 bill. You have this value for money that is then being exploited because you're attached to money. So you say, okay, now I'm going to attach to that person and that opinion and that view that's on the other side of it. And it's just nonsense. It doesn't go anywhere. So stop doing that. If you want to read the comment, read it, but stop pretending that these people are like your friends or your advisors or like these philosophers. You have a circle of philosophers, which is based on people putting comments on the back of $2 bills. Just stop doing that and ignore it internally. And don't become possessed by what random people say just because it's on the back of a $2 bill. Which, of course, something being on the back of a $2 Canadian bill and then like taking it seriously because they're giving you $2. Don't do that, man.
Okay, well, Alora says, Shiva, you are wonderful. Never listen to his negativity. We are with you. Thank you very much, Alora. I felt that. I appreciate that.
We're
And
with you, Shiva. We're going to give you as many $2 bills as we can, as long as Dr. Rob's creating an enemy. As long as there's an enemy on screen with you, Shiva, we're going to keep giving you $2 bills to let you know that let the world know that we're on Shiva's side, not on Dr. Rob's side. Shiva needs a lot of help. Me and Shiva talk privately. We call each other privately in times of rest and times of respite. And I can tell you that I've got some really interesting information about Shiva's life that is undeniably impactful, real, important, vital, that goes to the very core of the identity that he's put together online, in spiritual circles, in all these different ways. And so I would tell people to be very, very careful unless we go into that energetic dimension.
yeah, David, I also, in this particular case, I agree with you, and he is wrong in some sense, but in many senses. Listen, we don't want to go that
All
far
right, is
because
it time for Dr. Rob karaoke to really get the energy flowing?
no, please. Everybody put on your headphones. You know what happens when karaoke comes. The viewership, it's like
It goes up. This is one of my favorite songs from an old friend.
yeah. You're on you're on Blackmail.
You feel it, right? You feel it. You feel it, baby. We're on the top of the world and we're just getting started. Here we go. So much for our own thoughts, driving us like this heartbeat us. Losing touch. Where the earth got to we believe in us. care when it's too late. Let's start caring before it's too late. Believe in our own greed. Rejecting our humanity. I'm on top of the world, baby. Is it the caffeine or is it my prana? Some people don't like to see another man shining. Close your eyes or get on. How do we heal and stop our suffering? Are we content with how it's going to end? When the meaning of our life is slowly fading, do we hold on? A worldly view. So much for our own thoughts, driving us, holding us, trapped on earth, losing touch. Believe in us when it's too late.
Wow, only 50 viewers left.
That's not how it works, Shiva.
Not too
You're in
bad.
a flow, you're in an algorithm. It's not about the number that's on the screen. The number is like a stock market number going up and down, up and down. So you have to watch the trajectory going on. Not we went from 150 to 100, and you don't participate in a way to leverage momentum, nor to be aware of momentum because you're just looking at the number that's there now rather than the number over time. That's why you put on subscribers only mode too early. That's why you don't know how to turn subscribers only mode off. Let the numbers get up again, let the comment flow get up again, and then turn it back on because you don't understand the principles of what's going on.
David says you have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I don't listen to David. I don't know who David is. I know who you are. I
What
don't
does
know who
that
David
matter if
is.
you don't know who he is? His words may be valid or invalid. His personality has nothing to do with what he's saying.
There is an energy and intention behind the words that's more important than the words itself. This is at the core of manipulating other people. So either you're intentionally disregarding that and intentionally hiding that fundamental insight because you are trying to leverage your I'm just speaking words, don't look into where my intention is, or you're just ignorant of that fact. Either way, you have a lack of a spiritual efficacy as a teacher.
Rob's gaslighting session. Do you think he's gaslighting me? I don't know if he is. I don't even know what gaslighting really means, but um, look, if he said 4 plus 4 is 8, you wouldn't say, "Oh, who is
Why
this
have you
person?"
received 20 super chats already? Because of me. There's no question about that. That's because of me. If you went to live stream in your little room, your little cheap hotel room in Vietnam as a bagpacker, you wouldn't be receiving anything. And yeah, I do get a little bit ticked off at Shiva making this money because I deserve that money more than Shiva does because I'm at a higher spiritual level than Shiva is. Period.
Well, not according to David, who's a professional therapist, he says, and he calls you a narcissist.
I don't care. I mean, I don't listen to what random people that are trying to prop up parasocial relationships with $2 bills say. I don't trust those kinds of people. Yeah, I could say I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. Do I look like I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years? Okay. And you can't even see this person. And yet, well, they said it and they gave me a $2 bill. They probably are a therapist if they're giving me $2 bills.
There you
All
have
right,
it.
so become a member, everybody watching my live stream. Become a member. If you want to comment, you have to become a member. No membership, no commenting. That's a new rule. My life is fulfilling enough. I don't need a flow of parasocial, toxic comments to give myself identity. I'm going to start stepping back from the live streaming, first of all, because I need Shiva to feel more isolated and more disconnected from his
What?
career of live streaming with me and receiving money because he's not me. Um, and the other side of that is just to give some deeper teachings to my community.
Thank you very much.
What don't people understand? How many times do I have to go through this quintessential ultimatum that Shiva is like my best friend? I'm like Shiva's best friend. I shouldn't say it that way. I should say it that way. I'm like Shiva's best friend. So you're just talking out of, like, you're just farting out of your mouth. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. Shiva begs me to live stream with him, and if I say that I'm going to stop live streaming with Shiva, like 30 seconds ago, he says you'll do nothing of the sort. You'll definitely not focus less on live streaming.
That's
So
true.
you're quintessential, man. You're either, you know, actually are completely confused about what's going on here, or you're pretending to be completely confused about what's going on here.
Yes,
I
Kate.
talk with
I
Shiva
respect
all
the
the
viewer.
time. I call him on Instagram. He calls me on Discord. We call each other on WhatsApp. We're on the phone all the time, laughing and messing around with each other and smiling at each other in bed. So, I don't care what you want to say about it. That's the reality of it. And the best thing about this is that I helped Shiva, or Shiva, got all that money for his phone because he was live streaming with me. And now instead of using the money that he has to buy the phone so that he can dual live stream with me, he's not doing that, and we're not able to do a live stream. So when you do get your phone, Shiva, I'm not going to live stream with you anymore. No, I know I'm making him tons of money. I'm making him like thousands of dollars. He made Oh, I'm not supposed to say how much you made last month, right, Shiva? You told me not to say that.
You don't know how
So,
much anymore.
anyways, he's making a lot of money off of these live streams, and good for him. And it's helping
Thank you,
people
David.
feel
You're right.
connected to what's going on here and feel connected to me. So in the future, they'll watch my 4K videos and things like that, and that'll be an incredible experience for everybody involved. So it's a good thing for everybody. Shiva's making money off of stupid people. No offense. And I'm getting more opportunity to put myself out there and for people to know who I am. And as much as they're like donating to Shiva's channel to because I'm not Rob or whatever, or Shiva's not Dr. Rob, they're also knowing what my channel is. They're curious about what's going on in my life, the new videos that I post. Of course they are. You're not offering any content besides me, right? So it's all going according to my plan, and I don't need $2 bills. Okay, I don't need money like that. I'm a wealthy man. I'm successful. I'm a financially successful man. I don't do this for money. I do this to reach out to people and connect with people on the spiritual path. Period. That's it.
Okay, so there's many valid points people have raised. Quintessential said that you talk over me constantly, and that's one big mistake that you do. And gaslighting is when you make someone question their reality. Dr. Rosa, and yeah, there's someone who is live streaming that Dr. Rob has, that's for sure. And this guy doesn't even respect me enough to listen to what I'm saying. That's how wrong, that's how wrong yours is. So you're not listening to his advice. I know what it's supposed to be. I don't know what's going on.
before we continue, Shiva, and I do want to let you continue, I want to bring attention to Quintessential Ultimatums comment because they donated $10 and they said, Shiva, you need to keep talking when he talks over you. I'm serious. He will eventually stop. He's crazy ASF. Gaslighting is when someone makes you question your reality, like truly question it. Quintessential ultimate. Imagine if you were in a friend group, living in a cul-de-sac or living in a suburban area, and three guys, they all went to the high school together, right? And two of these guys are best friends. They spend like all the time together. They call each other, they laugh together, there's no awkwardness between them. They trust each other, they love each other, right? They spend all kinds of time together. And there's a third friend in that group that doesn't spend much time at all talking with, playing with, being a part of that situation at all. And that third friend, who's kind of adjacently friendly with both parties, right? But there's two main friendships here, right? Goes to one friend and says, don't trust your best friend. He's totally crazy, gaslighting you and making you question your reality. Now, all the while, this third friend isn't even that guy's friend. He's just somebody that parasocially follows and watches the escapades and the activities of these two best friends from afar. So that best friend that this person who thinks they're his friend is giving advice to is actually not his friend at all. That best friend doesn't even know who that guy is. And that guy's giving $10 to this guy pretending that he's a close friend. So it's just quintessential ultima. You need to look up what parasocial relationships are.
Wow, that is so wrong view, wrong
Yeah,
thinking.
but I mean, it's realistic. It might be wrong. It might be inappropriate for me to talk that straight with him in that situation, but it's very realistic. And even I even gave him the benefit of a doubt and I said, like, this third guy was actually a part of the friends. Whereas in this case, we're like best friends that we don't even know who this guy is. And now he's talking to you as if you know him and as if he knows you better than I know you. And that there's it's like trying to talk into between a relationship where the two parties don't even perceive you as a real person, but just like a money pig or a pay pig. So I am appealing to all the pay pigs on Shiva's channel to stop. Stop donating this money to Shiva. Stop sending these super chats. If you don't stop sending these super chats, then I am going to expose Shiva in a major way. Okay? And also, it's just nice because it makes Shiva more dependent upon me. And I've always been like a best friend kind of guy. So this is like conditioning his psychology to be more submissive to me, to pretend to be like a best friend to me when he's actually like a manipulative, conniving, weirdo, freak kind of guy. But he needs the money. He loves the money. The money's the most important and the most real thing for him. So me, I am the money for Shiva. Literally. I'm literally Shiva's career. As far as, because he knows that when he does live streams by himself, it's something that's just going to go off into nothing.
That's true, David. And hey, why don't you read Quantum Essential Ultimatum comment? And then let's see if it's rings any bells.
How about this, Shiva? You send me
Okay.
$50 on PayPal right now from your computer, or, 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 I'm going to share with the people the information with documentation of what you recently encountered and what really happened with your upcoming India trip. Okay? Send
Why?
me $50 on PayPal now. Okay? Or this is over. And Shiva, you little fucking scumbag freak idiot, go and buy the fucking phone that you have the money for. And then when you get your check from YouTube in a month, it's the same as if you waited for it. You cheap little stingy fucking hobo loser, man.
Okay, we need to read some super
That's
chats
not
here
the
because
real me. That's like me taking on a persona. That's like a bodhisattva thing. That's not who I really am.
So Quantum Essential says, I'm on nobody's side. I just want to hear what Shiva's saying. How can I be on anyone's side when I can only hear one person? That's very valid. David
Well,
continues
all
on.
of my viewers, everybody on my channel can only hear one person because Shiva is too cheap to buy another phone.
I'm gonna have to talk to you off camera about this. And yeah, blackmail. Friends don't blackmail each other. I agree with that.
I'll give
Thank
you
you.
the fucking money and you can send it to me afterwards, Shiva.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah,
Also,
right. We can do that. Yeah, of course we can.
I hope you make money so both of you are forced to do this for the rest of your lives. Well,
Stop donating to Shiva. Stop donating to Shiva. Stop donating to Shiva. I don't know how clear I need to be about it. Stop donating to Shiva.
thank you, Zero F's given. Thank you, David. Rob. Uh, he does want to promote the stream. He does want to promote to say something. Okay, I forgot what I was going to say.
What don't people understand about the moment that I leave this stream, everybody leaves and everybody stops donating? So why can't somebody reach out and donate to me to support the work that I'm doing with Shiva and in this environment? And now Shiva is not a Shivite, he's a David Blundelite. Anybody who hangs money in front of him, Om Namah David Blunderlight, Om Namah David Blunderlight, Om Namah David Blunderlight, Om Namah David Blunderlight. David Blaverlight has come from the east. David Blaverlight wears a yellow username. David Blunderlight gives $2 Canadian. David Blunderlight has money to give. David Blunderlight, we support you. David Blunderlight, we follow you. The money that you have is worthwhile. The money that you have is truly worthwhile. David Blunderlight, I accept your ego as my own. David Blunderlight, if you give me the money, I will accept it. David Blunderlight.
David, if you send me the money on PayPal, I'll leave this stream. I'll start a new one, and I'll stream by myself for the rest of the day. I'll answer questions, and you'll actually be able to hear me instead of whatever this is, because every moment I get to speak, he cuts me off, and it's just a terrible experience. It's pinned in the comments here. It says donate here.
Hi, Maria. Thank you for being a member. I have attracted a lot of insane people to my YouTube channel. How am I going to pay my bills? If all I have on my channel is a bunch of crazy people that are insulting me and saying negative things about me, how am I going to pay the bills that I have to pay? How am I going to afford this bike that I'm planning to buy in the very near future? And now I've got Google AdSense problems. Here, listen to this. Tell me if this isn't worthy of. What these hands doing in my house? In my fucking crib. Oh, I forgot that I don't own this shit. The answer free to live. I'm not a killer. I'm not a stealer. Not a liar. Not. What these hands doing in my house? This my fucking crib. Oh, I forgot that I don't own this shit. The answer free to live. I'm not a killer. I'm not a stealer. Not a liar. Not a freak. I'm living my life to spread peace, and that's on bleak. And that's not bleak. That's very hopeful to live your life, to spread peace. I'm moving through the oceans. I got a name, I got a mission. They call me the fruition. Giving. Moving through the dimensions with a brand new perceptions. I know how to get those coins. I move through a 2D plane. It ain't a game, but this fame is insane. I'm moving through the mainframe, and I know how to get those coins, and that's why they call me Sonic. Yeah, that's why they call him Sonic. Yeah, that's why they call me Sonic. Shiva's going to lose everything that he has, his whole business mentality. And my team is making sure of that. And wait till I share the information that I extracted from him today. I'm just holding it on as like a crystal, to shine light with the community. Not I don't know how much people even know what's going on here, but man, I got that, and I was so surprised when you actually sent me the email that they sent you, and that's your real situation. And of course, everybody heard the plan that you had and the idea that you had inside your mind. And this is the second time that's happened, only this time they said, don't even bother. Unbelievable. Once we go through this email, we start talking with ChatGPT about the psychology behind the person who's on the receiving end, the person who's on the sending end of these email, because we have all the data. We have all the data.
Do not say that. Do not send that.
It's just a matter of time, man. It's just a matter of time. Just holding back and going slow and waiting. When that one thing comes up, and
Look, if you do that, things are going to have some serious consequences. Then
then
you
you've
can't be
already
there.
invoked those consequences. You've already set into a chain of mutually assured destruction. Although there's only one person who's going to be destroyed, and that's the online fake persona that you've created over the years. I'm actually looking at producing a video going to the full scope of Shiva Kailash Shambho's life, including the development of the Ego Guru channel, and how that aligns with the main channel, and this development, these stages of development that you've gone through, and what your current evolution and current position is.
That's not a good idea. And that's not my channel, by the way. Somebody else made that channel. And your mic is loud, so
Look, he's stuttering. He can't even talk to me as a man because I have the information, I have the documents to back up what I say. And I'm selling those documents as well. I'm selling those documents as well.
that's illegal.
It's not illegal, it's par for the course.
And I'm willing to accept any information that people have against Dr. Rob to facilitate this transition that
You will not. You will not receive any documentation or any information that doesn't support my veracity.
Looks like I'm gonna have to make a little quick trip to southern Italy and do some investigative journalism.
Yeah, but with all girls pay either 7 or 6 because they want
This is a toxic environment. You guys are toxifying your minds. You guys are acting crazy. What do you think? Life is about going around and judging people and judging yourself all the time. I mean, you guys are becoming like what? Attractive incels? Is that the idea behind the culture? That you're going to be like the most attractive incel? You're buying research chemicals and vials from Chinese labs and injecting them into your asses, and anybody who's the most crazy and the most willing to just destroy their life for the sake of being attractive and judging others, you say that's our king, that's our hero. It's not a way to live. And you guys are young men, you guys are representing the American population, aren't you? And so you're representing this toxic culture and this toxic. Don't turn it around on me. We're not talking about me.
I'm Indian, bro.
I'm not in the same situation. I'm not in the same environment. And there's also racist undertones to what you're doing here. I mean, it's messed up, crazy stuff, guys. It's messed up, crazy stuff. And it's going to trickle down. And the American culture is getting worse and worse and worse and worse.
No one's gonna take it serious, bro.
You don't need to say what anybody else is going to do. You need to decide what you're going to do. You're responsible for your own mind. And that's the other thing that this culture is feeding you guys. That somehow if you convince yourself that you are responsible or leading other people, that somehow you are. I'm always joining these chats and it's like people, you're getting muted, buddy. You're getting muted. It's always like people are convincing themselves that they're like a Twitch streamer, that they're famous, when actually no one listens to you besides other toxic, confused people. It's not a way to live your life. You have to stop living this way. You have to look in a different direction. This is the wrong direction for you to be looking in. This looks maxing insanity that you've got going on is not leading you anywhere good. Don't point it back on me. We're not talking about me. My life is my own thing. I'm talking about the looks maxing culture of insanity of injecting research chemicals and trying to be the hottest incel. That's what I'm talking about. Trying to be the hottest incel. This is a toxic environment, and you guys are learning toxic ways of relating to your mind.
Just using the just using the object.
And listen, everybody, you can't just pretend your way to being like a deep thinker or having meaningful experiences in your life. You have to go out there and see the world. You have to go out there and find yourself, your true self, not this fake self that's being fed to you by random people online, by random attractive incels online. You guys got to take accountability for this. This is real. This is not a video. This is 100% real. Yeah, that's me. That's your boy. That's your homeboy. It's members only. We'll get a clean shave, but I'm very overweight right now. And I thought about the Redolin or the whatever, but I don't want to inject fucking chemicals into my body. You're not, this is the idea of the culture, right? Okay, I'm not willing to hear what someone else is saying, so I'm going to talk about their physical appearance. Are you going to talk to your child that way? Don't you want to be a father? Don't you want to be a community leader? Don't you want to help people in your life? That wasn't the deal, Shiva. If you do that, then I'm posting the shorts and I'm posting the video with your documentation. I'm going to produce the whole thing, Shiva. You said if you send me $50 on PayPal, then I will turn off and get rid of Dr. Rob. And the moment that you remove him from this live stream, everybody's going to leave. Every single person is going to leave. Nobody wants to see you sitting in a cheap hotel in Vietnam wearing a t-shirt on your head with some fucking chalk on your forehead and some loser glasses and some little walnut necklaces. You do whatever you want to do, man, but the decisions that you make now are going to fundamentally change the direction of your life. I can promise you that right now. I can promise you that right now.
Okay, David, you tell me.
You said if they send you $50 on PayPal, and this is Anon user. This is the same old loser that's doing the same old thing again. Don't be an anonymous person. Be real. Be real to yourself. Be real to yourself and be real to other people. Like I care. No, I don't care if you kick me off of this. I'm going to leave anyway because you don't have the juice and you don't have the energy. You don't have the mind to actually work with me and what I want to work with because you're too. I mean, do you really want me to bring it up before I go? This is Anon user that changed their name and is manipulating you again. What I've already talked to with you about is so problematic. Now, if you're making money off of these saps, well, that's one thing. But this is not the way, man. And then people who want to actually be involved with something interesting that are going on are going to go to my channel, aren't they? They're not just going to sit you and watch you there in your hotel room with a thin beard and a ridiculous mustache looking into the screen oblivious and saying, I'm giving advice. I'm giving spiritual advice.
Well, David has spoken.
I don't care. Go and do what you want to do, man. And you're going to trigger a chain of events that you've already triggered.
Okay, David, I guess you fulfilled some part of the
Don't worry
agreement.
about what I'm doing. Worry about what you're doing. Better yet, don't worry at all. The purple signifies compassion. It signifies a spirit of compassion and wisdom and royalty. The royalty of wisdom, the royalty of compassion. The moment that I leave this live stream, your views are going to go under 100, and I can guarantee that. I'll bet you $100 that. I don't care how much money you have. You're still walking around with an iPhone 13 in 2026. So you getting $100, $1,000 isn't going to change your character. And when you do get a nice phone, it's not even going to have value to you because you don't see the difference between using an iPhone 13 and an iPhone 17 Pro Max. You don't see the difference. You don't know the difference. It doesn't mean a difference to you. And it's not $50, it's more like $25 with all the taxes and fees coming out. Canada has very high taxes and fees.
Anyways, deal's a deal. So I'll let
Listen,
Bob.
you're not mocking anybody. You're in a looks maxing server. You're trying to be the most attractive incel. Oh, somebody's talking about something I don't understand or that I don't like, but their zygotes aren't aligned. I mean, it's bullshit, man. It's total incel. It's like 4chan coming into the real life. It's total incel bullshit, and you got to get past that, and you got to get through that, man. Shiva, you're at such a low level of consciousness. All the energy that's being brought here is energy that's being brought here by me and the work that I'm doing at the Monk Life Meditation Research Institute for Engaged Buddhism and Applied Non-Duality. People don't even know what those words mean. And they're not willing and curious enough to look and to listen what those words mean. And Silence Speaks Now, I felt really disappointed seeing the comment that you left on my channel. But you know what? That kind of comment is exactly the kind of comment that I would expect from someone who takes refuge in a Lexus non-duality.
Okay, deal's a deal.
I don't have to stop doing anything. I'm gonna whoop your ass in Call of Duty, okay? I'm gonna run you over in GTA 5. I'm gonna show you what my garage looks like, all right? And I can promise you it looks way better. This is like trying to teach you to be a little motorbike shooter missile person. Okay? You got to level up, man. You got to go back to the old school. You got to go back to the true school. You got to go back to being who you really are, man. You got to look inside yourself and look inside your heart. Nobody wants to make donations. I'll make the donations for myself. Don't be fake. Don't be fake. That's one of the tallest acts for young men these days. Don't be fake. Be real. What did Gucci Mane say? Gucci Mane said, just keep it 100. Just be real with me.
Yeah, I'm being ridiculous for that.
Oh, you're being ridiculous a little bit.
Okay, Dr. Rob. Looks like
Let me help
the
you out,
viewers have
Shiva.
spoken. The viewers have spoken. I'll give you a gentleman's.
Yeah. We waking up, we going through it. We don't gonna hold our thoughts because
I'll
we're
give you a
free, because
gentleman's
we're
way out.
pleasing,
You leave
because
on
we're
your own.
blasting through the mob. Bag and fumble it. I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Yeah, straight up the lot.
A deal's a deal, my friends. And I take this seriously. So let's answer some of your questions. Krishna, you better be real. And we're here, so let's see who sticks around, who goes. If you stick around, you're a real G. If you leave, you're a traitor. And the consequence of traitorship is the final punishment. Just kidding, of course, but not really. And we'll give it some time. We'll rest. We'll recuperate. Be true to yourself, Maria says. Yes. What is true to myself? Well, I have no idea what to believe anymore. I don't know what the truth is. I see value in doing these live streams with him. He makes some good points. He's risen one good point, which really changed my perspective. But is he loud and obnoxious and he irritates people? Absolutely. So, thank you, Menace. I gotta say, it feels good. Yeah. So, but it's true, he does bring the numbers. The live stream does much better off with him on here because of his face paint, because of his absurdity. People want to engage, people want to interact. And I use it. I think that's valuable. It's valuable to a certain extent. Does it cross a line in certain ways? Yeah, a little bit. Would I appreciate him listening more and letting me talk? You're 100% right. Okay, David. Well, it's your words. It's your choice. Yeah. And whew, that's rough. That makes me feel sad a little bit. He's a good guy deep down in my heart. I feel that. I think that. But am I trying to just protect him because some weird reason? I don't know. It's true also, I have a lot more viewers than he does. When I do these live streams, it's well over 100. His doesn't reach that high. So I guess I have a more active and avid community. Sadhguru, not Sadhguru. That's true. Yeah. Man, now there's an emptiness now. There's a kind of a lacking feeling. We had this huge momentum. Was it the most positive energy? No, it wasn't. Was it at least fun and entertaining? I would say so. If I recite Shakespeare to you, you find it inspiring, doesn't mean that I'm inspiring or Shakespeare is. Shakespeare is inspiring, I would say. But you may recite it in an uninspiring way. That means also that, yeah, exactly. If you recite it in a passionate way, then that would mean that it is, well, both, I guess. Just be the energy you want to see. But I think I'm doing a wise thing by live streaming with him. He brings a lot of wow, thank you very much for sending the gift to someone. And Niels Serrafield got it. So let me know. Comment with your new gifted donation. You can now send super chats, not super chats, emojis, and watch my private videos. One video I released today was very funny. I think you're gonna like it. Yeah, that's kind of true. I don't want to even read that comment out loud, but for me to bring this kind of energy, it takes a whole new thing. He does it effortlessly. He just screams and shouts and gets angry, gets aggressive, and his energy is so abrasive, and yeah, it irritates a lot of people. And irritation is sometimes good, sometimes bad. It's not, uh, conducive if you want to relax, but sometimes that's needed to wake some people up. And I'd like to believe at least that's what he's doing. So I definitely find value in what he's doing. Yes, and I have different energy for sure. And I think that's why people come here and watch his live stream because of the contrast. I'm much more peaceful, much more relaxed, much calmer. He's not that way. And the contrast of me just sitting and watching him, it's like I'm the every single person that's watching him on the stream, so people can relate. And yeah, so who am I? Why am I here? What am I doing? My name is Shiva Kailash Shambho. I'm 30 years old. I'm from Canada. I do these live streams. I was on the spiritual path for 10 plus years. And now I want to give back. I'm doing videos, doing live streams. I see this as something that I can continuously do. Live streams have been very rewarding to me and also to other people. And this is a massive way to reach many people. And plus, it has the added benefit of it's being live. This is happening right now. So I can answer questions. This is one of the most fantastic ways to relate to people. I can reach thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people actually, through this phone. So this is a fantastic way of reaching people. And what is this all about? This is about making the planet conscious, having a conscious planet where we can live peacefully, not with wars, with poison, with chemicals, with plastic everywhere, just naturally, normally, how we are meant to live. Well, um, there's caveats to that. So, with the advancement of AI, things are hopefully going to get better and make life more comfortable for people. Yeah, definitely. I am doing solo Q&As, and if you want to ask me a question, and if you want to go, you want me to go in depth, then consider sending me a super chat, and I'll read it out loud, and I'll talk about it in depth. And yeah, otherwise I'm here talking to you, and this is not as fun and as engaging. This is not what I was planning to do, but the people have spoken, and that's what I wanted to do. So so yeah, Born Bad Brains, welcome to the private membership, to the members only YouTube channel. You get access to my YouTube videos that are privated. I think they're very funny and lots of them every day, as well as custom emojis and a custom name beside you. So good to see you here, my friend. And also, you'll participate in members only live streams, which I'm going to do shortly, thanks to Dr. Rob. So Shiva, do you do this for money or are you trying to give back? It's both. So I would not be doing this if it was no benefit to me. Then I would go work in an oil rig or some kind of mine to earn money that way. But no doubt, this is one of the best ways to teach spirituality in the world, actually, because you can be in Africa, you can be in South Sudan, and you can enhance yourself, you can evolve yourself. But yeah, so this is a fantastic tool to do that. And can you talk about the real life experiences that made an impact on your spiritual journey? So a big impact in my life is the Buddha, of course, that has the biggest influence in my life, as well as Sadhguru. Sadhguru is a person or a yogi online on YouTube that makes spiritual YouTube videos and one of the most fantastic human beings alive today. Do you have any tips for everyday people living in what we call a rat race in everyday life? Any relaxation techniques? Yes, absolutely. So this is not about any tips that I can give you. Sure, I'll give you some tips, but overall, the most important thing is you have to become conscious, more conscious than you are now. We all have to become more conscious because with consciousness comes the ability to choose what the right thing for you to do is, where to go, where to stay, what job to do, and so on and so forth. Um, yeah, so tips: shower often, cleanse the energy with water. Don't wear black or dark clothing when you go outside. Wear white clothing, it'll reflect, especially when you're going to work. No, don't wear any black clothing. Not shoes, not pants, not even underwear. Ideally white or light colors. Conscious planet is the only way to real transformation. Absolutely, I agree with you 100%, Maria. And your comment inspires me to reflect back on Dr. Robin with this whole situation. You see, even though I like the guy and he's helped me massively on this YouTube channel, there's no doubt about it. Um, and so many techniques and tips, and he inspired me so much doing these live streams. You have no idea. I owe a great deal of gratitude, and I intend to pay him back in not a monetary way, but in some way. Yet, on the other hand, he's living a immoral and degenerate lifestyle, smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, eating whatever unhealthy food, and that takes a toll on the body, and that creates a kind of a negative, dark energy. It's not something that's very easy to be around. And when he's doing live streams, and I can feel it, it's just going down denser and deeper. It's a dense density. So a lot of people don't like that. And he's rude. He talks over me. He can't have any kind of communication. He can't hear me. So it's just a mess. But partly why I'm doing these live streams is because it benefits me doing this with him. He kind of leads the way. He carries all the weight, you could say, and I benefit from that. I'm not ashamed to say it or admit it. But at the same time, is it the most conscious thing that I can do? No, probably not. Definitely not. The most conscious thing, the most sane thing I can do is doing these live streams on my own. It's not as fun. It's not as easy. It's not as safe even because now I'm responsible and I'm talking and you have to pay attention to me. Whereas he's the one to blame when we're doing live streams together. I don't talk at all almost. I mean, I can't actually. So he doesn't let me. He could stop the shit talking about you by 50%, I think. Yeah. So David, if you're still here, maybe there's some ground rules you can lay down, and if you would feel comfortable in, I don't know, 30 minutes or so, or a couple minutes, the very first thing that has to happen is the guy needs to just allow people to talk instead of this is just a bad communication skills instead of blurting out whatever he wants to say. So the ideal way is when somebody talks, you wait 2 or 3 seconds before you allow them to speak. Yeah, I mean, no, it's okay. I mean, well, what I was going to ask was, what is it about Rob that made you inspired to have me quit the live show altogether to totally get rid of him? And what was his character traits that you said, okay, this man is not the way to do it. You don't need him, and go by yourself. So that's what I'll be curious to hear. Yeah, no name. This is man, this is hard for me to talk about because it's so personal and it's been a repetitive path in my life, but I appreciate him as well. I like him. I don't have anything bad to say. When we're doing these live streams, and even when we're talking on privately, it's not the same. It's not the same, of course, but it's not any different either. So it's not the same because, of course, there's no added pressure, and we can kind of talk behind the scenes in some ways. We've only recently started doing that, but it's the same because he's still this kind of way. He still is sarcastic and makes fun of me, and I appreciate it. I like it. So, anyways, he ignores everything you care about. He sings and plays music, whatever you try to, and set boundaries. Every time you switch the energy from being subordinate, he starts manipulating you and taking you to take his side. That's very true. He's basically an aura vampire using you for his aura. Wow, I've never seen it that way, but okay, I can appreciate that. At the same time, I value that. Meaning, I don't value that, but I want to help him, and I want to have my own positive energy impact him, because he's seeking, he's growing, he's advancing. He's not some confused guy going to the darkness. He wants to advance. He recently stopped smoking cigarettes thanks to my help, thanks to me convincing him constantly. And he recently reached out to me saying, "Hey, I want to lose weight. You need to help me. My wife is not helping me." Um, so I'm here to help him. he's, obnoxious, and he makes fun of me and does this and does that. But no, Maria, I wouldn't say that at all. No, not even close. Why is he saying, uh, let's see, what you, yeah, yeah, okay. So David, so I'll explain that. He's basically blackmailing you to stop being subordinate behavior. Yes, that's true. That's true. What he has on me, it's not really that big of a deal, but also not something that I would appreciate coming out. But he knows, um, yeah, he's using it for fun and for kind of entertainment, I guess. So, and that's illegal in Canada, which you should know. Yeah, I understand that. It's not some serious thing, and so it wouldn't really matter that much. But it's I guess he sees it as funny. I guess he sees it as obnoxious and a way to get people's attention and a way to kind of inspire energy. And I also see that to some extent. And it would be if it was that serious, I probably even wouldn't be talking. And I don't share personal information because I tried that once and he spilled it out on a live stream, so I don't trust him that much. But and I'm a man, I'm seeing another man, you get treated like that pisses me off. Yes, I highly, highly agree with that. You high on money, monk life. So that's him. That's Dr. Bob. You are drowning in greed. So I allow this, David. I consciously allow this because I think that it's a kind of his motor is running when this is happening. And I know it's not permanent, it's not forever. So he has to get it all out. He has to talk over me. He has to do this and do that and do the other thing. So it's a way for him to kind of purify himself. And it doesn't have an impact on me as much as you think. Many people, it triggers them, it bothers them because they would fight back. They would. So I guess that's not within my nature. And if he was really serious and dangerous, I wouldn't be doing this the same way. Is Monk Life Rob? Yes, that's him. That's the guy that I was live streaming with. Yeah, Monk Life. So with your permission, David, with your blessing, I'll invite him back and I'll hear him out. And if he disregards and doesn't obey the fact that we need to have a conversation instead of him spewing, then I'll kick him out again. But it's up to you. Um, so fundamentally, again, this is about spirituality. That's why I have him on. This is not about content. This is not about entertainment or rage bait. Do all these things happen? For sure. Yes, they do. And, that's why we went from 170 viewers to 70 viewers. That's the difference. So that's one thing. That's one way of looking at it. But fundamentally, deep down underneath us all, it's spirituality. He was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. That's not an easy path to follow. A renunciation. Okay, I'll invite him back and I'll invite him back in a few moments or 5 minutes or so. So he was a Buddhist monk. He was a renunciate for 7 or 8 years. That's not an easy thing to do. He is practicing. He is don't let your boundaries be nothing. Yes, okay. And I'm working on that, honestly. And I don't think I can just change it on one live stream. Um, but man, it's scary for me to think that when I start talking, he's gonna leave. And he's done that in the past. And I don't want him to leave. I want to continue live stream with him. But he uses that as a little tactic or a trick. I don't appreciate that. And I don't even feel like I can share this with him. So try. It's a good practice. Okay. Okay, I'll try it on this live stream. Let him leave. Okay. So, like I said, yeah, fundamentally, he has morality. He has moral precepts. He meditates. So I appreciate that about him. And if he didn't have that, I wouldn't be doing these live streams with him because I'm not interested in drama or these chaotic energies or anything else. But I see potential. And so, yeah. All right, let's invite him back and let's see if any change is made and if anything can be done. So you're going to see the live stream pause or me freeze for 5 or 6 seconds, but don't leave. better? Can you see me? Stream is frozen. I'm a shower and back Shiva. Yeah, okay. Grounded. Is the stream frozen now? Let's check it out in my live stream. We are back. Nice. Okay. Thank you. Okay, good. I mean, whatever questions you have, I'm happy to answer them. And especially about Dr. Rob. We invited him back. Let's see. And let's see if we can get some common ground because he treats this as like me being a student and me being underneath him, which I also don't appreciate. He talks down to me.
Going in vain.
Oh, he ended the live stream. Oh, never mind. And so he doesn't allow me to talk, which I don't like.
To get off oil. There's no reason to get off oil as long as it's.
How did you and Rob meet? We met online on Discord. Yeah. He's an interesting guy for sure. So if you have spiritual questions, let me know. If you want me to go in depth, write the message. Then why don't you let him? I love that he helps you with money. He doesn't help me with money. What are the 5 precepts? The 5 precepts are taught by the Buddha, given to everybody as a way of training your mind and building good karma. They are not to kill living beings, so don't kill, don't steal, don't lie, don't misuse your sexuality, and don't intoxicate your mind. And misusing your sexuality means like doing illegal things or immoral things, things like that. Do I need donation for a question? What made you change your path in life, going from manipulation? No, you don't need a donation. Send the question, and I'm happy to read it. If you really want me to go in depth, then absolutely, super chat would be highly appreciated. That's what highlights the comment, and I know you're serious, and you've given me something, and I'm willing to give you back in return, or I'm inspired to. Can you choose your own precepts as well? These are moral precepts. These are like laws of nature. So you can't really choose them, but I'm 2 for 5. What does that mean? He's not a doctor, but that's the title he wants to be called, so who am I to deny him that? So if you have a super chat for me, send it over, and I'll talk about your question or your comment in depth instead of just skipping the surface and reading questions quickly. Because lots of people are here, 61 people that are here. How do you calm down from frustration in the heart of the moment? Breathe through your nose. Sit down. Look up at the sky. What does the Om sign mean? It represents the sound vibration that's made when the reverberance of Om is made. That's the form that it generates. That's a geometric pattern that it creates. You couldn't even read my question out loud because it was inflammatory. What made you change your path in life going from manipulating women as a pickup artist to this YouTube spiritual grift teaching spirituality? Well, I am teaching spirituality. It's not a grift. I have spiritual insights and wisdom, and I didn't manipulate anybody. Pickup artist is just something that people claim, but what did I do? I approached women, beautiful women in the nightclubs and bars, and that was a very scary thing to do, and that's why I did it mainly. And plus, I like beautiful women, so it's a two-parter. But that was my that was my early, 20s, and when I was still very immature. And as I matured, I realized I was not really responsible or sensible. So that's over. But if I see a woman that I like, a beautiful woman walking on the street or in a grocery store, and I feel like I want to talk to her, and she wants me to go up to her, I have no problem doing that. So that's thankfully I've built up that skill. Do you still carry your solidified mercury with you? If you so, Could we see it? Also, you're very insightful, and many people can learn from you. Thank you very much, Matt Guy. Appreciate you being here, tuning into this live stream. Yes, I do carry it. Can you see it? No, not. You can't. I don't have it here, but I've made videos about it, and one big piece is somewhere else, not even in this country. It's in Australia, which I'm planning to get back very soon. Then you'll be able to see it and feel the energy of the live streams when I do it. So Maria myself says, immoral sexuality is by social norms, or can you be more specific? Yes. So immoral sexuality, is it by social norms? So for example, if you're masturbating, does that count as sexual immorality or breaking the moral precepts of wrong sexual acts? No, it's not. Because the five moral precepts deal with you having the intention to hurt others. A man that sees a beautiful woman that he can't get, forces himself upon her, is hurting her. She doesn't want that. So lots of pain is involved in that. That's very wrong. Similarly, with all other illegal forms when it comes to sexuality, meaning people that are underage and so on and so forth. So the intention of hurting another being has to be there. That's what makes it immoral. You doing some weird things by yourself or with another person, like you being with whatever the taboos are, you being with people that you shouldn't be with, meaning, in some countries it's taboo to be with be homosexuals, etc. That's social norms. That's just little constructs that human beings created. It has nothing to do with morality. So morality is judged by your intention, and the intention of hurting others is what we classify as immoral. So you can't hurt another person, you can't kill another person or a living being or an insect, for example, without having an intention of a desire of hatred or aversion. The desire of hatred has to be there. For example, a mosquito is flying, you hate it. You don't want this to happen. So you kill it, you destroy it, you crush it. That's 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 wrong. It hurts you. The intention of hatred hurts you, and the action intensifies it much more massively. So intention is how we measure morality, not by social norms, for sure. I just watched the video where you and Rob discuss different dynamics on your YouTube. See you later, David. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for joining. Thank you for your super chats. What is 5D for you? Don't know. I'm living in a third-dimensional world, but 5 dimensions is a higher plane or energy or something deeper, but I don't know how to explain that. No, that's not true, Maya. Not all women rejected me. Have I read Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse? Yes, I have. That's a fantastic book. And yeah, I remember reading that. That was phenomenal. So if you have spiritual questions, my friends, write it in the form of a super chat, put it behind a super chat. I'll read it out loud for everybody to hear, and I'll talk in depth about it, as I just did. What about people who are focused on satisfying their own needs and they unknowingly cross others' boundaries since there is no conscious intention to hurt? Is it more behavior? That's a good question. So if you're satisfying your own needs, trying to satisfy your own needs, and you unintentionally hurt somebody by them crossing your paths, is that immoral? No, it's not immoral. It's just unskillful, or your lack awareness. But immoral has to have the intention of hurting. So your intention is to go and satisfy yourself. That's not a moral intention. It so happens that somebody got in the way and they got hurt. That's unfortunate. You figure out a way to not do that in the future. But yeah, there's one. If you're walking on the street and you're unconsciously stepping on bugs because you can't see them, you're just wanting to go to the grocery store to buy some fruits or some food, that's not immoral. That's just you're just ignorant or you're unaware. Become more aware, become more conscious. Oh, okay, I'm stepping on insects. But if you choose to step on insects, that's a whole different story. That's very bad for you. That clouds and darkens your consciousness in a very, very bad way. That's not something you want to do. So morality and having a fundamentals of morality, the 5 moral precepts that I just explained, will be something that will bring you so much ease in your life, so much peace in your heart. I promise you, I guarantee you. I can stamp my life on the line here. So don't kill living beings, don't steal, don't lie, don't misuse your sexuality, and don't intoxicate your mind. This is the formula for a good life. KK says, why are you and Rob not streaming together? You all streaming the same time right now? Yeah, some little breaking up happened. And but he'll come back. So we're here answering your questions. If you have a spiritual question, put it in the form of a super chat. I'll read it out loud for everybody to hear, and we will all benefit. So have you studied any Native American spiritual principles and any great spirits, the great mysteries in the spiritual circles? Yes, I have. Not in depth, but I'm aware of the culture and I have some feelings about that. I've also watched Sadhguru talk about that. And yeah, if you're in the United States, you should look up this place called Mato Tepila. Mato Tepila is a fantastic, fantastic energy space. And I see your comment there, KK. Everyone is not too stupid to get their message. Rob is just a bad communicator, KK. I hope you're here. You said you don't. Yeah, I don't poop. That YouTube short is coming out of me not pooping, and why? I just burn up all the energy very intensely. I'm a very hard worker, just like Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea. I'm just too powerful, and it just gets burnt up. So, yeah, I mean, it's very simple. Yes, thank you. Thank you for asking. Hate is like killing mental activity sometimes, like really wishing you couldn't do it, but you do it. Don't do it. Hatred is a big one. Hatred is what we all have to get rid of and renounce and not entertain, not involve in our hearts. It hurts very badly, especially when you act on hatred. That doesn't lead to good results. It leads to very, very painful results and consequences. So yeah, first you hate something in your heart, then you say that you hate it, and then you act on it. That's how it goes. Let's see what he's saying.
A woman is the lowest possible quality
What?
to the highest quality of.
Okay. I can't hear that. I'm glad that I'm not there with him right now. This is good. So my friends, if you have spiritual questions to ask me, if you want to go in depth, please consider sending a super chat. I'll read it out loud. That gives me something to work with and gives me energy to be inspired to give back to you. What do I think about Sadhguru? Well, I'll show you what I think about Sadhguru. That is what I think about Sadhguru. So I like Sadhguru. I love Sadhguru. Sadhguru is one of the wisest human beings to walk this planet Earth right now. Thank you, Pavel. Pavle Petrovic.
On this system has been built over to perform.
Oh, he's really going wild. Yes, my friends, if you have spiritual questions, let me know. Maya, I don't know if you couldn't tell, but you can't tell sarcasm, but this is what sarcasm and joking around means. It's so absurd that it's supposed to be funny. I'm not serious. Yeah, I find Sadhguru to be extremely wise. Yeah, boy, my brain, so I'm glad. Not many people, not a lot of people do actually. Meaning they think that he's some sort of scammer or some crazy guy. Just listen to him talk on any subject. The guy has deep insights. So that can't be denied. That can't be misunderstood, but people misunderstand it.
The moment you go to make $25 an hour, which is still a America, you can't afford any place of any decency.
Where Sadhguru is an Indian yogi, one of the wisest human beings on earth, and he makes YouTube videos for all of us to benefit. So go and subscribe to YouTube, Sadhguru. And if you have super chats to spend and to share, send them over to me with a question. I'll go in depth with your question. I'll read it aloud, and we'll all benefit. And I explain Rob's dissonance. Only he can do that. A panic attack gave you a meditation, gave you a panic attack. So this is a result of you having many traumas in your body. When you sit down and you meditate, for the first time in your life, maybe you're relaxing, and now the trauma has the ability to leave the body. When the process of leaving happens, it's not pleasant, it's uncomfortable. In fact, you'll get to relive the trauma. Oh, it's coming out of me. Oh God, Jesus, the things that I did or things that I have to have happened to me. And then you might misunderstand that the action of meditating is what's causing that, the pain to happen. That's not true. So it's like if you have some wound, or a very infected wound, and pus is coming out, the pus needs to come out, even though it's unpleasant. The pus coming out is unpleasant, but hey, you'll feel way better afterwards. So that's what meditation does. Thanks. Do you have any meditation schedule or just whenever? I don't personally have a meditation schedule right now. I did have a meditation schedule when I lived in monasteries and temples and so on and so forth. And having a schedule definitely helps. It's definitely way better. But I would prefer, and the ideal time to meditate is in the morning, because that is one of the most valuable things you can do. And it requires some effort. It's not easy to just sit and meditate and uh, be aware of your mind. So because it's not easy, the process of burning glucose and using up your willpower needs to be there. So nighttime is not so conducive because all your willpower is basically spent. The ideal way, and this is the way that I like to do it, I don't do it always, but this is how it's done. You wake up, you shower, you do whatever you need to do, and then you sit down for meditate. So you make that a priority. You can't prioritize anything else. So yeah, the morning time is the best time to do it. And then at the same time, whenever you feel like it, that's also an amazing time to meditate. So morning time, but morning time you can't skip. KK, I saw your message on Dr. Rob's live stream. I saw your super chat. I'm jealous. Where's my father? Panda boy, probably going out getting milk. but he'll be back sometime soon. Yes, if you have spiritual questions to ask me, send in the form of a super chat. I'll highly appreciate it. And I will share with you the knowledge that I have. Yeah. And if you don't have a super chat, then just write the question out loud or here, and I'll read it as well. What's wrong with hate? It hurts. It hurts others, not just ourselves.
And wherever you came from and said, I'm Irish. Give me a fucking break, Phil. I don't know what you think you're doing, Phil. This isn't a real American, and that's
Well, so does love? No, love doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt you or doesn't hurt others. Love is quite pleasant. Love is makes you feel good. So you should cultivate love. You should not cultivate hate. John, good to see you here. Thank you for the super chat. Quote, tradition is no excuse for trophy hunting, bullfighting, or any other form of animal cruelty. End quote. By Alex Miller. Yes, that is correct. That is a very correct statement. And it speaks to something deeper that human beings do things, well, they do things out of tradition, not just way back in the day, 10,000 years ago, we used to do this, or 1,000 years ago, we used to do this, we used to do this, we do this now. That's very rare that's happening now. We don't really keep up traditions that long, but animal abuse has been kept up for tens of thousands of years. Yet still, even today, traditions are kept up, like shaving of the face, which I know you don't do, thankfully. And other traditions, weird traditions that men do, the circumcision of children, which is just horrific, and my personal opinion, and other traditions. So tradition is, there's meaning and value to traditions, but there's a reason why traditions happened, but just because something is a tradition doesn't mean that you should do it. And we should be aware and conscious of what um, the traditions that we follow are and why we're doing them. Because some traditions help us. The tradition of wearing a turban, for example, it helps. There's a reason why men do this, and the reason why it's been so successful for so long, and why men continue to do this. But if you don't know why, then you may think, oh, it's just some weird tradition. I don't have to follow tradition. No, it has value. It has efficacy. So there's a reason why I wear this. It's not just for appearance or making me look like I'm more intelligent. But some traditions are absolute nonsense, like killing animals in certain ways also. Not just killing animals. Some cultures think that turning the animal upside down and cutting its throat and letting it bleed to death and suffocate on its own blood and not enough air for 1 minute it suffers, which is the halal way, halal or kosher, whatever. It's horrific. It's horrendous. They should be ashamed of themselves. But that's being done. It's an intense animal cruelty. Why? Because it's tradition. So just because something is tradition doesn't mean that it's accurate or it's true. You should pay attention with your eyes, with your eyesight. What is this doing? Some traditions have been followed for so long that have become so skewed that you think, oh, it's good because this person initiated it or have been doing it for a long time. It must be true. No, you just gotten way, way lost. So, thank you. I appreciate the super chat, John. Good to see you here as always, and I hope your work is going great. Hope it's going well. Hope you are making music. Turban is Indian tradition. I think turbans, maybe. A lot of Indians or the Hindu traditions wear turbans, absolutely. But also Muslims wear it, and I don't know where it actually comes from. Why do some believe fish is not meat? I don't get that thought process. Fish is meat, absolutely. Fish is considered I gotta stop saying fish is considered a life form that you can eat in yogic tradition because it's so far away from your evolutionary process. Land animals that walk the earth, they have genetics coding and DNA that is close to you, which means that it's difficult to digest their flesh. But fish are so far away that it's relatively easy. Still not the best thing to eat, but not as hard as it for to be digesting a lion or a cow or some of these animals. So, but that's a misconception that it's not flesh or it's not meat. It is meat. It's fish meat. As well as mango is meat also. It's just mango meat. You wouldn't consider mango meat to be meat. It's kind of weird to say, but it's true. It's actually, I'm pretty sure it's true. Let me Google it. Let me make sure. What is the most powerful AI model? That's what I want to know because ChatGPT, I'm realizing for the first time, is making mistakes. Is it fair to say that mango flesh is meat? KK, go tell him to join my live stream because I sent him an invite on Discord and WhatsApp. Actually, no, it's not accurate to call mango flesh meat, but I understand the quotation. It common usage meat refers flesh is actually its animal manusca. The fruit fruit flesh or pulp, okay. So it's not meat, it's just the flesh of the fruit or the pulp. So yeah. Nonetheless, you don't want to eat things that have a brain, have eyes, have thoughts, have perception, have feelings, are aware, living their own life, not wanting pain, not wanting to die and suffer and take care of their kids. You don't want to eat that. That's crazy. That's insane. It's too insane to even talk about, so we're not going to talk about it. Ketchy, welcome. Let me know if you want to talk after this, or maybe I can call you even now if your offer is legitimate. He's going crazy on his live stream, and that's why we stopped. Or someone paid me to stop, actually. A new supporter. So we're gonna see if he can join back. He's screaming right now, but when he's done screaming, we'll invite him back. A lot of people are into carnivore. Yeah, that's a big problem. That's a big issue. That's not what you want to do. And it has benefits. Sure, it has benefits, but it also has downsides. A lot of downsides. Wow.
I grew up with an American flag in my home, right? You want to take your immigrant and go and walk around town and say, I'm Greece or wherever the hell it is that you're from. You want to be a conservative, you want to be politically involved, go back to your own country and do that. So you're an immigrant and you're dumb too. Huh.
Okay. So I just need to get ready and I'm okay. That's good to hear. Many people will hear carnivore quit to die. Yes. Gemini says fish is a 400 million year old ancestor, but red meat is not ancestral. When we're talking about fish, we're talking about the evolutionary difference of it. So something as complex as a human being, extremely complex, less complex is maybe a cow or a giraffe, a monkey. Even less complex is a bird, a chicken. Less complex is an insect, and so on and so forth. Fish are relatively not that complex. So that's why they're eaten. They're far away from you evolutionarily. And this is why some people make the claim that you can't eat fish. I don't make that claim at all. But ideally, you would eat fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, grains, and legumes. Dr. Rob is all caffeinated and speaking up. Said John, well, that's your opinion. Rob is doing immigration discrimination. Let's hear what he's saying.
Your online crew. Don't play your game with your online crew, buddy. Your Tarkov group, all right? Go and play your game with your Tarkov group, all right? Go and LARP is an American hero on Tarkov, all right? Even though it's Tarkov. Still. Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse, a mentally ill 18-year-old.
Oh my God. So yeah, my friends, if you have questions, send me a super chat. I'll read it out loud for all of us to hear, and I'll go in depth onto whatever you want me to talk about. I have wisdom and insight into every topic and area that you choose for me to speak about. Oh, liberty. Shiva, is okay to kill possum if it's attacking your chickens. I would say no, it's not okay to kill it. I'm sure there was a much safer and saner way, more sensible way of capturing it or removing it. That was a very unskillful action. Yes, humans are much more related to birds for chambers zero, such as that. Okay. You're welcome, as always. I have not champa, but I haven't burnt it in a while.
You look mentally deranged right now, and there's nothing deranged about a guy who's old saying, I'll grab him by the pussy.
Oh my God. He's talking about some politics. Yeah. Yeah, Liberty, I answered your question. There's much better ways of handling that situation instead of killing. You could have trapped it. You could have shoot it away. So you should have used your intelligence. Yeah, KK, I can see. I can see your contribution, your donation. And I'm waiting for him to join. Do you think Dr. Rob is Zen? I don't know. I like how every time you check on Dr. Rob, oh shit, this thing. Yeah. Possum steak, huh? That's sounds disgusting or bad. But yes, he's standing up for the children.
For fucking Christians, fucking it's a whole bunch of bullshit. Tarkov Yeah, it's hard. Shut the fuck.
Wow. That is so. That is so. That is too much. That is too much.
I'm not talking loud. Because obviously, yeah, you're talking loud enough, buddy. You're talking away from your fucking. You're talking loud enough to make your precious time out of your Tarkov group to know about anything related to the world or politics or fucking living life. You've never been. You never went through a rite of passage. You never fucking.
I got him. He's joining.
Mockery of yourself. You make a mockery of yourself.
I'm not sure this is a good idea.
100%. I'm being completely civil. Like you, I grew up with not a fucking. Dude,
I'm not sure this is a good idea. He's really, really at it, and I want him to leave that call.
your identity is created by, buddy. That's what your identity is built on. Fucking.
We're gonna wait for him to chillax. I have his invite right here, so we're gonna add him in a second.
You're another example of the system. Shut the fuck. You just keep saying about how you were real racist. I'm sorry that I didn't grow up with a racist symbol in my house. Oh, because my great grandfather fought for states' rights. You know what the fuck? You're irrelevant, son. I recommend you go. I'll show you. Man, don't you ever fucking tell me my home makes me a racist. My great grandfather received grants for states' rights. States' rights. The states' rights that we were fighting for. Slavery. You guys are gonna have a leftist talk. I'll fucking leave. How about that?
Okay, finally.
It's a social experiment, everybody. It's a social experiment. And you got it right, Tommy. You're keyed in. You're tuned in. I want fish and eat my dog.
Hey Shiva, I've got 74 viewers.
Well, that's not always like this how it is here, so this is just a
No, I saw a little bit of what you had going on, just talking about me and waiting for everybody to slowly leave the chat because they're seeing how boring you are and how little energy you bring to the table. I was gone for 10 minutes, Shiva. We're not. This isn't 2 hours later. This is 15 minutes later. You went from 200 viewers, 200 plus viewers, right up at the top of the metrics to having 20 viewers. And now automatically the waves and the tides are going to lift up, lift up, lift up. Yeah, you got some pity donations because people say, well, people were used to donating. And just because Dr. Rob's not here, we're not going to stop donating. And then that slowly drifts off. Clearly, there's no energy, there's no content, there's no presence here, right? There's no prajna here, prana here. And so everybody fucking leaves.
Look, buddy, this is 1 a.m. and I'm not caffeinated like you, okay?
This
So
is 1 a.m. and I'm not caffeinated. Shut up. You're always, it's the same thing. I don't care how much you go to the beach and beg for money and it's on your hands and knees and pretending like you're some kind of spiritual teacher. And what, do you want me to bring out the files now? Talk about the Epstein files. How about we talk about the Shiva files? Who's ready to release the Shiva files?
no,
I
you've
love
never
how you
done it.
thought that I didn't save it. So here's what happened, everybody. I was talking, I have a certain way of talking with Shiva that like disarms him, like completely disarms him, where he feels like trust and he can share with me and that everything's cool. So I was talking with him that way, and then I was like prying and extracting information out of him. And so at this point, he sends me this document. I'm not going to talk about the document just yet because it's something that's going to be released, because it's going to be relevant for the rest of Shiva's life. Until I release this document, it's going to be just as potent and just as important. It's going to become more potent as time goes by. So he sent me the document, not thinking. I downloaded the document and then I called him, and we talk on the phone privately all the time. And I called him and I said, Shiva, you know what you just did, right? And so then he goes into the thing and he deletes it and he says, you messed it, because I pretended to go back looking for it. Says, I deleted it. He deleted the file. And I don't even want to go into all of this, but really exciting stuff, really
Look,
rich stuff.
I know you're bluffing. I know you don't have it. You didn't save it. I know I deleted it. There's no files. There's nothing. It's smoke in the air.
The wildest thing about it, though, is that the person that I don't want to give too many details away, but the person who kind of created the file is like not a person that you would normally be in contact with. So there's like a specialized person that created the file. I don't want to release too much about it. I want to keep the suspense. Shiva, you probably couldn't pick up on that, but that was not a normal, that wasn't like a boilerplate thing. That was something else entirely. And it is amazing. It dismantles. So these files and I have multiple files related to Shiva. These files that I have entirely dismantle and revoke everything about Shiva's persona and his presentation of who he is.
I don't agree with this. I don't approve this. I don't encourage this. Somebody said this is blackmail and it's illegal. So just be careful because you're crossing the line of the law here. And look, I know for a fact that I can go live in certain times with energy. I can get 100 people to view my live stream. So I don't need you.
No, but you won't get the donations. You don't understand there's a momentum to donations, and the main reason for people donating is me. So there might be a couple days, there might be a week or 2 weeks where you're like going kind of riding this roll, right? But the algorithm will begin to torn down. And of course the donations will have a much steeper curve of going down.
That's not true. First and foremost, I know from not direct experience, but like to think that I can make it happen by myself. And what about you? You're just a one-man army?
No,
Um,
I don't need money. I'm financially secure. I don't need to do these. I have no need to do these live streams for money. I have no need to work for money. I'm financially, yeah, 100%. I have no need to work for money for the indefinite future.
because
Period.
you're gonna
Period.
build
There's no
yourself and become
discussion
monk.
about it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no need for me to make money or work for money in the indefinite future.
Because you can just become a monk at any time, right?
That's a part of it for sure. Yeah.
So do you have like a bank vault or a gold vault that I don't know about?
I have supporters who are wealthy. I don't know what's so complicated about that.
Hmm. Okay, but I'm sure they expect some kind of value in return for that. They're not going to just sponsor your life just
Yeah,
because.
but they support me. They don't support the show or the content. They support me. So if I want to take a month off of live streaming, they're probably going to have a more stronger disposition to support me or whatever. And I already told you I'm moving into a project of making 4K videos, teachings and guidance and more specificism and things like that. So there's no
4K,
greater need for me to do anything like that.
4K video is not that impressive. My iPhone 13 can
And you
record in
also
4K.
are not going to have that because I mean, you don't even understand the difference between a DSLR camera and an iPhone, which is insane. But so that's like fake 4K versus real 4K. But
Fake
anyways, you're
4K.
going to your mom's house soon to live there and use the money that you've made over the past couple months live streaming with me to just buy whatever you want and kind of, huddle down living at your mom's house at 30 years old. That's 100% what you're doing. And there's some information that's been put out there that your India trip will actually be. Has this not been announced yet, Shiva? There's some information out there that Shiva might be back at mommy's house a lot sooner than he originally thought that he would be. So we haven't released those documents yet, but those documents are ready. And if anybody can get a hold of the psychological evaluations that were done on me when I was about 5 to 10 years old, related to anger and things like that, and my parents' divorce, please do get a hold of those documents and send them to me, please.
Oh, I'll send them, not just to you. So you are quite the angry guy. I mean, I don't know how that could be, how you can put those two things together, but it's shocking. Anyways, the time I spent without you was a deep,
I'm not sure where they were done.
it was a
I
deep,
asked my mom one time, I said, "Don't you have those documents? Can't you give me those documents?" She pulled out some picture, some random little picture I drawed when I was 8 years old or something. I said, "Are you fucking kidding me, woman?" So,
listen, buddy.
as I'm sure some people can imagine, I don't have the best relationship with my parents, but they're good people. I love them. I love them very much, and they have my care and my support.
Look, buddy, things are gonna be different from this moment on carrying these live streams. I'm not gonna be talked over. You're gonna listen to what I have to say, and that's the end of it.
I wanna fuck my dog and eat my fish, but my truck was taken over by Chinese companies. Oh God, why can't we support our Ford, Chevron companies for American power?
Oh,
I'm just talking about pride also. Why does everybody say that it's about pride? I'm just representing for myself. I mean, what do you want me to do?
can
Pride.
I
What
read?
pride?
I'm gonna read it out loud. Okay,
I
this is a
told
nice.
people that I told people that I was schizophrenic and I cured my own schizophrenia with mindfulness and detachment. I've said that many times. I've been very clear about that. I was schizophrenic, but I cured it with my meditation practice. Thank you, saints.
So let me read this little poem here by Seraph. Rob hides some papers no one has read, pages that whisper the life that he led. A small, sad story buried inside. Maybe that's why he's so petty with pride. Oh, that's a nice one, but to all
Oh
fairness,
yeah, that's a nice one. AI bullshit slop is a nice one because it's on the back of a $5 bill, a $10 bill.
AI
Anything
makes
for
nice.
Shiva, anything for Shiva that's on the back of a
Look,
$5 bill is going to be the Mona Lisa to him.
no, it's smooth. It rhymes.
He just said
It
moments
conveys a
ago,
message.
he said, 4K DSLR camera. There's no such thing. A 4K. I got 4K on my iPhone 13. No, you don't. It's
Right?
fake 4K.
What is fake
The
4K?
size of the image sensor.
Look, buddy, There's
Your
different.
image sensor can barely do 1080p, let alone 4K.
It can do 4K, and you can look at my
But
4K
you don't
video.
know the difference. Put an everyone announcement on your Discord server right now, and let's see if people are still real in this community or not. Everyone, Dr. Rob is in the house. And now what? Your ego is shifted because I pointed out that you're my little bitch and you do whatever I tell you to do. So now you're going to be the big man. This is the best idea I've ever had. Make an everyone announcement on your Discord server. Say, Dr. Rob is in the house. Get in here. We're going to revive this community.
There's nothing to revive. It's a pile of dog shit. And plus, what am I
It
going to
is
talk about?
where wake up and immediately notice and examine. Yeah, it's great. Deep teachings. Release the Shiva files, and we will be releasing those files very soon. We'll
No,
be releasing them on the Discord if everything goes to plan.
no.
It's so fortuitous the way that it went, isn't it, Shiva?
Shut up. Should I really do this? Tag everybody and have them join?
Yeah, sure. Just do it. Why would you?
Listen, buddy, I don't take instructions from you, okay? If you may say valuable things, that's what I take. But not because you're
Dog
ordering
shit
me
is
around.
worth a lot more than pride. 100% seldom.
There we
100%.
go, there we go, there we go. I know this is going to be good. I can feel the vibrations. I can feel the aura.
Just make the announcement while you're drooling over freaking $10 bills, okay?
I'm not drooling. Rob laughs, says AI makes fake Mona
Not
Lisas.
everyone join VC. Nobody just listens to you, man. Nobody is like listening to you in that way. Let everyone, Dr. Rob is in the house. Join VC, not just join VC. Nobody wants to talk. Oh, now we're putting at Dr. Rob is in the house. When I give you instructions, you do exactly as I say, or you end up like you've ended up on the outs, on the outside looking in.
I'm not going to take this from you any longer. I have standards and boundaries now. Relax yourself, calm yourself. We're going to pace this. Are you
No,
listening?
Shiva's
Because,
not a prop. Shiva's a friend. Listen, this is what
listen,
people need to understand. Yes, I'm a spiritual teacher. Yes, I'm doing spiritual work with people, deep integrated work, spiral dynamics, etc. But Shiva is just a friend, like a brother, because I'm a young man. So I have relationships like this, right? Shiva is not in a position to be a leader or in a community. You'd have to totally redesign his ego because he's so twisted up inside. Whereas me, everybody knows you living with Dr. Rob is Kush. Dr. Rob's not bothering you. He's not harassing you. He's not creating bullshit for you to eat. And if you want to learn meditation, go meditate with Dr. Rob. Stephen is spiritual. Please mute your mic. Everybody mute your mic unless you're going to say something, okay? We don't want to hear you breathing, please.
all
No
right.
offense.
Rob laughs, says AI makes fake Mona Lisas, mocks every song like he's some sort of art thesis. But Purple and Loud, putting on a show, doesn't see it. He's the clown, though.
Wonderful AI slop. Yeah, Dr. Rob takes himself too seriously. Everybody knows that.
Yes.
Everybody knows Dr. Rob takes his persona and his public face too seriously. And Dr. Rob would do well to just hang loose and put on some face paint and act a little bit wild, right? All right. Acadian Carpenter, you parasocial loon. You total freak. Go ahead and use your voice, Acadian Carpenter. And now you got me riled up again, Shiva.
Me.
Shit. Listen to the fucking
Go ahead, Acadian Carpenter. Share your voice. Share your dilapidated voice. Um, it's something that's going to be released later on. It's the documents that I've obtained from Shiva's private server. Acadian Carper, please mute your mic until you're willing to speak. All right, welcome Black Spadu, welcome Reason, welcome Tanner. We're here to have a real conversation. Welcome Steven, welcome Dylan. Put your Discord in your live stream, man. Can you server mute Acadian? You got to keep a clean environment where people can say, okay, if I do want to engage, then there's a real opportunity to do that here. Welcome, Sky Guardian. Sky Guardian, I have some really interesting documents for the takedown video, or the kind of, because I know you were thinking about doing a little bit of a video on Shiva. No, but I have documents. I have documents relating to Shiva, Kailash, Shambho. Very interesting recent documents. Yeah,
I should never have called you.
documents that came today. Documents that came today.
Well, or Dr. Rob, I just made a tech video on Dawei Gochak that I'm about to publish on YouTube.
All right. Well, you're doing the work that you're doing is very selfless, man, and I appreciate it. And I've always cared for you. I just, I want to see you develop. I want to see you raise your level up, and I hope that you do.
All right. All right. Well, what's the documents, Matt? What's the new information?
This is basically like the worst possible thing
That's KK.
about Shiva and for Shiva to receive that he's received. I don't want to give too much information because I don't want to spoil the surprise, because of course it will be released, but this is really 100% like just everything that Shiva has ever represented is null and void when this gets released.
Is it worse than the Epstein files?
For him it is, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Dang.
So people, we have an open dialogue space for people to share. People on live stream can hear you. I can hear you. You can hear, of course, the mic quality. Could somebody here speak up? Sky Guardian, you listen to videos and stuff. Could you rate the mic quality that you're hearing right now?
It's 10 out of 10, bro. Yeah, you guys are good.
You come to Dr. Rob for quality. You go to Shiva for content. Okay, that's the line that's drawn, right? There's a line in the middle of the screen. On one side, there's content. On the other side, there's quality.
Quality content.
Listen, I'm not gonna put up with that.
Listening.
That's that line that I draw. You're not gonna insult me like this. Disrespectful behavior I don't tolerate. Disrespect.
You should have never sent it to me if you didn't want it released publicly. I also have information about Shiva's recent financial disclosures. I've received financial disclosures from Shiva, so I have the information relating to his recent begging schemes and how much money he's made and how much money he's bought in, and also I know how much money he has. So that's also on the table for release. I'm kind of considering what to do with this information and how to go forward with this information, but it will be taken forward, that's for sure. The purple represents compassion. It represents wisdom. It's a color of the royalty of wisdom and the royalty of compassion.
Right, right.
So for everybody here in the live stream, I don't want to make any trouble for anybody here. But for our morning like Dharma live streams, we're going to be transitioning into a members only system. So if you want to be commenting and kind of represent as being a part of the community, please do buy a membership. It's only $5. And that will allow you to comment and kind of represent for yourself and ask questions when we're doing the live streams that are Dharma live streams, and that will be a lot of live streams moving forward. And if you're not a member, you're not going to be able to comment. Simple as that.
My friends, what you're gonna see, how I'm gonna respond to Rob when I'm back in my mom's house is gonna be unparalleled. I have to be quiet here. I'm gonna have to be safe and not too speak too loud.
Am I confusing something, or is there a 30-year-old man that begs online for money and pretends to be representing Isha Foundation when he doesn't represent Isha Foundation or Sadhguru in any capacity at all, that's talking about how once he gets to his mom's house, he's going to be very confident and independent and empowered? Someone said paywall to enlightenment. There's no paywall for you coming and listening and doing your own practice. The paywall is a boundary for people interacting with me and interacting with the community. If you don't value interacting with me in the community to the point of $5, then you don't need to be focusing on talking or leaving comments. You need to be focusing on getting your money up and transitioning into listening and practicing more deeply. Does that make sense?
Oh, Tiger.
It's not. It's nothing to do about money. It's about setting boundaries in the community space for when we're doing our Dharma practices. All right. Do we have anybody who would like to speak up here in the Discord server instead of just hearing me go on?
Thank you,
Any
KK.
questions or comments? Particularly questions or sharing experience, not so much just like trying to fit yourself into the role of like a parasocial friendship or imagined relationship, but really asking, actual questions and sharing your insight or something like that. And well,
50-50
where
energy,
have you been,
50-50.
Mr. Meowcat? Where have you been? Anyways, let's continue.
Yeah, so once I get to my mom's basement, I'll be really confident. I'm just kidding, of course. But things are gonna change for the better, for the positive, and I'm looking forward to the future because I'm not gonna I'm gonna resist you. There's things that you're saying that I just take, like I just pass it off. That's not gonna happen anymore. Everything you say, I'm gonna stand
And
up
in
for, and
terms
I'm gonna
of in terms of
cut it
the
off.
the documents that I have about Shiva, for most people it's probably not going to mean anything because this is just like a parasocial entertainment relationship for them. But for people who actually know who Shiva is and what he's pretending to represent, and of course who Shiva pretends to be, it's going to be very impactful, and it's information that Shiva certainly doesn't want to be publicly accessible
Listen,
because he sent it to me and then he deleted the message because he thought better of it, but I had already saved the documents that he sent me.
I told you that in
So
confidence. That's
it's kind
private.
of already finished.
That was private. That was not supposed to be
And
released.
certain aspects of the Shiva files will probably be redacted, but there's a possibility of the releasing unredacted files as well.
You better not. You better
So
redact
these are
everything.
financial disclosures, and these are also personal exchanges with something that I'm not going to talk about right now that nobody else has access to besides me and Shiva, Kailash, Shambho. And of course, this is something that Shiva is not willing to release and not willing to talk about.
Release the shifting files.
And this is basically the greatest development and the biggest controversy that's ever happened to Shiva's channel up to this point. This is like a crescendo of Shiva's failure, basically, in all ways of how he's represented himself up to this point. It's pretty dark stuff, and that's why I'm not just going about releasing them freely. It's something that I need to think about. They're not cheap files, Seraph. It's 100% possible for me to send those the redacted files to you, but it's going to cost a pretty penny. I've already posted on the Discord server very clearly. I made that post, and that's after I already had obtained the files. This is what I said. I have information pertaining to the activities of Shiva, Kailash, Shambho. Oh, hold on. I'm going to delete that message because that gives a little bit too much away. Anyways, if you would like to receive the files, you can send those files to me directly. There's also some word about possibly reaching out to different parties and sharing some information with them directly and seeing if they would like to say anything or represent for anything. I know that Shiva's talked a little bit about Southern Italy. We've got something a little bit more serious than the Southern Italy situation.
If you release the Epstein files and whatever I think you have of me,
The Shiva
I'm
Stein
gonna
files.
I'm
The
gonna
Shiva
release
file.
I'm gonna release everything.
I
Things
don't
you
know that
told
we
me
should make light
privately.
of the Epstein files in that way, but anyways, this is a very real thing. This is very true. This is very dynamic. And it's not something that we are releasing for cheap. This is going to be very expensive. It's something I need to think about very deeply. And of course, someone being schizophrenic has nothing to do with taking 30 seconds to put purple face paint on their face. That's just totally retarded and stupid and dumb in all ways that it's possible to be retarded and stupid and dumb. It's like you go to Africa and see them doing their dance and you say, all these people are schizophrenic. That's just, you're dumb. It's not about somebody being schizophrenic. All right. Hello, anybody? Go ahead. These fucking dumbass usernames. Just put a fucking normal username, okay? This person whose name is Dot. Here, just a period that says, what's up with the Shiva controversy being an Isha representative? Just put your fucking name, Jim, Bob, Kashumane. Just put a fucking potato as your username. And I mean, what do you think you're fucking doing when you put two symbols as your username. What are you, Aphrodite? What are you supposed to be, some fucking mystery person, spiritual character? Yes, my name is Dr. Rob. I'm the founder of the Monk Life Meditation Research Institute for Engaged Buddhism and Applied Non-Duality. That's correct.
What kind of research do you do in this institute?
We research applied Buddhism and engaged non-duality.
How can you engage non-duality?
And that's not what the Research Institute is about. It's engaged. Stop trying to bring this to some bullshit. Let's have real comments and real questions from the people who are here in this Discord server.
All right.
Non-duality is nothing. So what is nothing? You're going to have to ask yourself that. But if you make nothing into a thing, then that's clearly not what nothing is. Born Bad Brains, I would encourage you to cancel your Shiva Kailash Shambho membership. And I would encourage you to get a membership over at the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel.
Absolutely not.
You'd be well informed, and you'd be very very ubiquitous of you to go and do something like that. You'd really be that'd really be beneficial for you.
I'm gonna hire some private investigators and look into Dr. Rob. Rob what's your last name?
Shiva, you start crossing lines and playing games, we'll release the files right now. The background image of my YouTube live stream will become your unredacted. I mean, you don't want the unredacted, at least do the redactions, right? I'll go through the process of doing the redactions. You are a fraud. The self is a fraud. That's what Zen is about, okay? Don't be a dumb, fucking, stupid idiot and pretend to know Zen or know about Buddhism when you've never been to a monastery, you've never practiced with a teacher. Pinnacle says, hire private investigators and you cannot even afford a phone.
Listen, first of all, I don't appreciate.
Why have your viewers gone from 20 to 100? And also, Shiva isn't intelligent enough, and this is my generosity, right? Why is Shiva not intelligent? And now this is even more stupid. When I just said that, Spider Zen said, you're projecting, son, as if I wasn't a Buddhist monk for 8 years who trained with Zen meditation masters all over the world, you dumb fucking idiot. The first time I went to say at a Zen center and train in Zen was when I was 20 years old and I lived at that center for a year. Don't be a fucking lunatic. Okay? And I'll just let that go. Yeah, I've earned my stripes. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. That's honest, Spider Zen. Okay, Raptor, be quiet. Good job, Raptor.
Seraph says, Rob, okay, first of all, I need to set a standard.
First of all, you will reinstate my moderator permissions or a lot of options, a lot of ways to go with it. Go to your little computer and reinstate my moderator permissions on your channel or else.
You have abused it 2 times.
Oh, I've abused it 2 times. Which phone is it on? Which phone are the files on, okay?
Okay. We don't want to go that far. We don't want to go that far. Let's talk about this. Let's be reasonable.
Let's go and make sure the files are
reasonable.
okay. Let's just go and pull up the file really quick, just to look at it, just to have it on the screen while I'm talking with everybody. How about that?
Let's just be reasonable here. Let's talk logical. There's no need to go to rash conclusions or rash actions. We can just talk like men. We can just discuss this properly, okay? We'll come back to this whole membership or this whole thing in a second. I don't appreciate you cursing so much and calling people effing this and effing stupid. Just politely say it in a kinder way. You can still curse, but not in a cursive way. Anyways, this is what Seraph says, and he has another masterful AI generated art piece.
If you read that, if you don't put me back as a moderator right now, there's going to be hell to pay.
Okay. You
I
tell
want to
me.
see you lean over to your little Toshiba your 2018 Toshiba laptop that's your mom's old work computer. And I want you to go to that little computer, okay? And I want you to go into the dynamic of making me a moderator again.
You have to
Okay,
stop.
hello to Manton F1 who's saying Zen training. And of course, he doesn't know anything about what Zen training is. And they said Zen training and dudes screaming and cursing, as if you don't know that a fundamental practice of Zen and testing in Zen is just fucking yelling and screaming. You don't know what you're talking about. And challenging people's notions of duality and their preconceived notions of what's normal. Give me a
Okay.
break.
So listen to what Sarah says because I think it's masterful. Let me just get ready
Can
for
I
this. Okay?
open my chakra and show you? Sure, I can do that. Let me see. Hold on. So this is kind of what it looks like. But it's not really something special. It's free from specialness. It's like a way of giving. Don't listen. You can come here and you can pretend a lot of things. Don't come here and pretend to know more about Zen than I do. That's one thing that you won't do here. Okay? Don't come here and do that.
All right. Sarah says Rob asks for members, calls it a tribe, waiting for someone to like and subscribe. He speaks for hours, hoping they'll come, but the member count stays stuck at none. How does that
The
make
the
you feel?
pineal gland, so actually the reptilians that control our society and the world government, the global government, which is of course a flat earth, the earth is not a polar mountain. Those people have confused people to think the pineal gland is in your brain. It's actually the pineal gland is what's commonly known as the prostate gland. And to get the DMT out of your prostate gland, you have to make an incision in your perineum and you have to physically squeeze the prostate and you'll release DMT. But you don't want to do that unless you have a medical supervision or medical support. Otherwise, it's very dangerous to do anything like that.
That's the most stupidest thing I've ever heard. Do not even think about doing that. That's just imagination. Please, for the YouTube thing. But it's hard sometimes. So what did you think of that poem? I know
Just
you felt
more
it.
AI slop. What's there to
No,
think
no, no,
about?
no, no. It doesn't matter if it's AI, you felt it.
Yeah. Well, we're here.
David
Everybody's here.
David says not to give you moderation status or privileges.
Okay. Well, then we'll release the files. That's pretty easy. A pretty direct, simple thing to deal with.
Look, we don't want to go that far. There's something in my walls that's crawling.
Enlightenment is just freedom. If you're free, then you're enlightened. If you're not free, then you're not enlightened. Simple as that.
Ah, yeah, exactly. How the tables have turned.
What does freedom entail?
Not being trapped by anything, not being trapped by physical experiences, not being trapped by mental ideas, not being trapped by your environment, not being trapped by stories, not being trapped by other people's stories about you or about themselves. Beyond being trapped, freedom beyond freedom, wisdom beyond wisdom. That's what enlightenment is about. No, And my kid is in the hospital. I don't know if you're literally this stupid or dumb or if you're pretending. But my kid is in the hospital. Says all you need is money to not be trapped. LOL. No. Most people are mentally trapped. Even if they had money, they would still be mentally trapped. They don't know what to do with all the power. I mean, look at Shiva. He's barely got any money, and somehow he's trapped by money. So the last thing that you think can makes you free is money. CVK says when Shiva realizes that the tables were never on his side in the first place, he's totally fixated on short-term monetary gain, and he really doesn't know what he's doing, and he's basically just on his way back to his mom's house. Maybe he can rebuild the Discord server, maybe he's going to like rebuild his identity, but that's going to be very difficult once the Shiva files are released.
The Shiva files will not be released
For
ever.
him to continue with the identity that he's built up to this point, the Shiva files have to not be released. And I'm not joking about that. And
And they
I'll
will
make a
not be.
whole video about it.
You're
I'll
not going
take
to
a
do
step
anything.
back. See, this is what a lot of people don't like get or appreciate. When I'm doing all these live streams all these days, I'm putting out tons of energy. I don't need to do this. I can relax and go for a walk and take a swim and be with my wife, or, soon I'm going to have my motorbike and go drive around. If I take 1, 2, 3 days off, I'm going to have so much energy. I'm going to go out on my new bike to a beautiful location that's very silent. I'm going to set up my 4K camera and I'm going to make a whole video talking about possibly releasing the Shiva files, but just going through Shiva's entire persona and how he's been fixated on this short term gain and all this kind of thing. This just is not going to work out for him.
I don't encourage you to do
Yeah,
it.
it's a character, Kinder Egg, but the Buddhist teachings or the teachings on no self is that there's not really a solid self to begin with. So I'm not doing this for money. Whereas Shiva is basically doing this for money. Yeah, he's a spiritual guy. Shiva is a spiritual guy, but he's basically doing this for making money. That's always what we talk about
Not true.
when he calls me personally. Absurd Awakening says, and why do you do it? Addiction to attention. No, I'm practicing meditation. I'm sharing with people. We're doing Buddhist chanting. We're doing all kinds of different things. This is a community. I have students. I have followers. People get value from this, whether they like it or not. So, just do I have some attachment or attraction to attention? Certain kind of attention, sure. Do I have some kind of attraction to money or to feeling pleasure? Of course, because I'm not at that level where I'm totally beyond that. If I was, then I probably wouldn't operate in the same way. I'd operate in a different way. But is this primarily about attention? No, because I take refuge in the Dharma, and the Dharma is so much richer. My meditation experience is so much richer. The openness of my mind is so much richer. So even though I might call people stupid idiots, and that might not be the way that I want to be in the future and develop in the future, as much as I can be aware of myself now, there's not a bad intention towards people. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm just trying to say, hey, dummy, stop being such a dummy and be real with me for a second. Just be real with me. Just keep it 100. If we were, I mean, I've ran a monastery in southern Italy. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. I've lived in communities all around the world as a monk. And I know I have to keep repeating it because people don't believe it or whatever, but this is coming an extension of that. It's not just some random guy showing up and talking about bullshit. And if you actually tune in when I'm doing the serious Buddhism stuff, reading sutras, chanting, and things like that, you see that there's a very high and a very pure, real dharmic energy here. Absurd Awakening says some words that you can use can really hinder people. That's not bringing value to people. That's your opinion. But fundamentally, who am I talking to? I'm talking to someone that I can't see. I'm talking to someone that I can't hear. I'm talking with someone that has no real
Why
investment
does
in
that
being
matter?
here other than just clicking on this and watching this. So you can't say that I'm in a group of people talking to someone that I can see and hear and know and am fucking insulting them, because that's not what's happening here. You know, you being offended is not what this is about. And people's opinions about this is not what this is about. And people showing up here in a place where they're not interested in what's going on and they're not willing to listen, then maybe somebody needs to tell them that they're a fucking dummy for acting stupid. For not being serious here and not being real here. I'm choosing to call out certain energies and certain ways of being that people have and say, shut the fuck up. That's not valid here. We're not doing that here, period. Definition of true evil is true selfishness.
Talk about virtue.
You can't talk about virtue if you don't talk about generosity. Being virtuous is volunteering. Being virtuous is using your body and mind for the others, not just using your body and mind for yourself. Being virtuous is being mindful now. Buddhist virtue is about nowness. It's not about some sycophantic parasocial idea of judging other people. Period. I call people stupid because they're not being mindful. They're not aware. They're just talking out of their ass or farting out of their mouth and thinking that there's some relevance or importance to that. There's not. And if we're going to say, well, this is a culture where if you're available, we can just come in and totally disregard your presence and your life and your identity, because who the fuck really cares? I really care. And David Kirk says, I never seen a Buddhist that dresses like you. Who the fuck cares? That doesn't mean anything. That has no value to anybody
Okay. Why are you
anywhere.
getting riled up
And
by comments?
I don't know why he tries to defend that energy or
Why are
like
you
that
muting?
position. Nobody
Why do you
cares.
mute me?
That doesn't mean anything beyond some parasocial weird idea that you're living in. Drop that idea and drop that way of being. It's bullshit.
Look, you need to take your own advice. You need to take your own advice and stop getting pulled into random useless comments and getting sucked into their drama. Relax. Just says relax. Center the camera, turn it towards you a little bit.
And then David Kirk says, I'm sure a real Buddhist might care. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my God.
So call a real Buddhist. Do you care about this live stream? It's just a fucking craziness. Be mindful about where you are right now and take responsibility for your mind as it is right now, and stop exporting, or what is it called when they take jobs out of America and they give them to like third world countries? Anybody know what that's called?
Outsourcing when you are
Outsourcing. Stop outsourcing your mind to some weirdo fake parasocial idea of your relationship with me.
Look, why are you getting frustrated? You're frustrated.
Drop the bullshit. If you are in a position where you're going to different meditation centers or to different spiritual teachers in your area, and you're showing up and saying, this is not good teaching, this is not right teaching, then you're a fucking crazy person. And if you're doing that here online, you're even more of a crazy person because you're not even really here. You're a disembodied presence here, giving special importance to some fake parasocial idea of you being in a relationship with me. I can't see you. I can't hear you. No one else here can see you or hear you. No one here knows who you are. You're basically not here. So your relevance of your voice here is only for your own ego. I am here. This is my life. This is my YouTube channel. I take umbrage with that. This is my life. This is my YouTube channel. No, it's not. People here can hear my voice. People here can see my body. I'm opening up my life for other people. I'm giving myself to other people. So my voice has more relevance. So my opinion here has more importance than random fucking retards showing up and saying, "But I'm watching it."
Don't use that word. Stop saying the R word.
Nobody gives a fuck if you're watching it. If you don't like it and you don't want to listen, then move on. But I'll stand and fight for my right to have a parasocial relationship with you. Well, then you do that. But don't be surprised when I call you an idiot. I don't care if you have a legitimate criticism because I don't know who you are. And nobody else here knows who you are. And if anybody here is stupid enough to listen to anonymous people's criticism that show up out of the blue, then they can move on to somewhere else where people respect that.
I have a
You
question.
go to
I have a
any
question.
meditation center, you go to any community, you go to any group of people that are crazy enough to where some random person walks up and expects them to respect someone's valid criticism about what's going on there when nobody knows who they are, then that's a group I don't want to be a part of. And that's
I
not a
need to
group that
say
I'm going to
something.
be
I
managing or
need to
running
say
here.
something. I need to say something. Can you hear me?
Buddhism can help your mental constipation. All the shit that's stuck in your brain, all these weird ideas and beliefs that you have that keep you contracted and crusty, this crusty, weird, weak ego that's always self-centered and always going around in circles. Buddhism can help you shit out all that crusty old rotten shit in the colon of your brain to be aware and to stop pretending and making up bullshit descriptions about what's going on here. Go ahead,
Can you
Tanner,
hear
take
me?
it away.
No, I totally agree, man. I think what's the biggest thing you can call out to, well, shit. I think you should left. Fine.
I can hear you just fine, Tanner.
What do you think about all of this, Shiva?
I think that Dr. Rob needs to unmute me on his live stream, and I would love to talk if you all can hear me because I have some things to say, and he never listens to what I have to say. I have valid criticism to what he's saying, and apparently he knows who I am. So therefore, he must listen, right? Based on his logic.
Shiva, well, you're muted. Shiva, you're muted. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me?
You now.
Okay.
You're muted on Discord. Oh.
I'm not muted on Discord now, right?
No, I can hear you now. I can hear you. Yeah.
So, like I said, Dr. Rob knows me, so therefore my opinion and my criticism of it must be valid. So he has to hear me out, and I have valid ideas that I want to speak. And
And
also,
so
him and I are together here.
what this is really coming
Excuse
down
me,
to,
I
right,
have
is
something to say, and you're talking
false
over me
principles
constantly.
and
You're not
practices and
respecting the
true
ideas that I have
principles
to
and
present.
practices.
Why
So
do you always insist on
Shiva
talking over
making
me?
this into
Why
this
are you
idea that my
always
logic
using
is
the strength of
if
your
I know
microphone to overpower?
somebody, then I'm gonna listen to their criticisms. I know all kinds of people that I don't give a fuck what their criticisms are because maybe their criticism is something that they don't know anything about. So this is to bring you to a deeper place of subtlety, not a more shallow place of coarseness to prop up some bullshit position that you have. You should just share your opinion instead. And that's why you can't be a Dharma teacher. That's why you don't have any students. That's why you don't have any people that support you because you have shallow principles and practices that are based on rites and rituals that just prop up the ego.
What if, listen, what if the Buddha came to this live stream and sent a chat directly to you, a super chat?
I tell them, fuck off, pay me. Yeah,
Wow,
you say you're the Buddha. I don't know who you are. I can't see you. I can't hear you. You're the Buddha on
wow,
the
that is
live stream. Give me a
insane.
fucking break.
That is insane. So you have so little discernment that you can't discern someone's wisdom through text
I tell you
versus
who's
someone
not going to
behind it.
come to this live stream. Sadhguru's not going to come to this live stream, is he? Why is Sadhguru definitely not going to come to this live stream, Shiva? Why is Sadhguru definitely not going to come to this live stream, Shiva?
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways,
Are
let's
you
move on.
affiliated in any way with Isha Foundation? Are you representative in any way of Sadhguru's teachings at all? and this is something that I want you to clip, Sky Guardian, or just listen closely to what he says here. Are you in any way representative of Isha Foundation or Sadhguru's teachings?
I choose to remain the right to
Fucking thing.
bear arms and keep silent.
There you have it, everybody. A totally disconnected spiritual teacher that has no real applied practice in any spiritual community, has no real connection with any spiritual teacher. When has Shiva ever called somebody up on the phone who is a monk, who is a longtime spiritual practitioner that says, yeah, Shiva's my homeboy, that's my dude, that's my guy, he's a great practitioner, he's on the level? When have you ever seen Shiva with someone who was a real spiritual teacher? I'm sorry, Shiva, but you decided to just go home to Canada. So I want to try to push you as far as I can to go and being a used car salesman or something, instead of continuing on with this spiritual grift, which stubbornly, I just don't think you're going to give up with the whole thing, but I wish you would.
Right. Okay. So there's so many logical flaws with what you're saying, so many logical inconsistencies and fallacies. Let's just start with one. Let's start with some
And
facts.
that's him just lying and fronting and bluffing. So that's why if you want a friend on the path, if you want a friend on the path, that's fine. Shiva's a friend of mine on the path, right? But if you're looking for someone as a teacher or to like convey a ladder or step for you to move forward, this is not the direction to go in, for sure, unless
So
it's therapeutic.
for people that are listening to this, I can't physically talk over him because he has a more powerful microphone than me. My phone is not as
I
capable,
have a
but
more powerful mind than you, Shiva. I have a more powerful mind than
if
you
I
do.
talk, it
This
won't
is
do
a
anything.
reality of being in spiritual community, everybody. Whether we like it or not, there's haves and haves nots in this world.
So just because
What do
someone
I
doesn't,
always say? I say a train that has value in it, a train that has weight in it, is not easily derailed. So every time that Shiva is saying something important and then he magically loses everything that he was saying, it's a train that's empty, that he's pretending is full. And he's a fool to be doing that. 100%, Elric, whether you like it or not, buddy, you're not ready to take those next steps. You're not ready to donate. You're ready to be some parasocial fucking American freak that pretends to be spiritual. Then you just roll with that, man. You just roll with that. When you're ready for the big leagues, when you're ready to be serious about spirituality, then you shake your head at me. If this was my monastery that I was leading right now, and you were sitting in the background shaking your head like that, you'd be shaking your head to the tune of my hand. I'll tell you that right now, little buddy. You show me some respect. You're going to turn
wow.
your camera on and show your little hat. You show me respect in this space.
Rob's pink eye spread to his face. We have a super chat here. Just made sure to read it. Look,
Hey,
just
I
because
sent you super chats before.
Send me more.
Rebuttal, Shiva, do you have an empty train?
just because this is
I
what my training
appreciate
consists of.
the
Okay,
wisdom from time to time.
this is
I
the content
appreciate
of my
you all the
training.
time. Sometimes you know how it is, Elric. Sometimes there's a difference between slapping slapping a child in the face because they don't respect your ego versus slapping the child to keep them out of the road. As long as we can come back to the 0 point, that's where equality is, man. That's the evenness of it all. If you can forgive me, I can forgive you limitlessly. That's what it's all about.
Ask Rob a genius question about his spirituality, Kinder. I'll think of one. So the content of my train is this. It doesn't matter what spiritual teachers you studied under. It doesn't matter if you've been in communities or not. Are those things helpful? Sure. But that doesn't automatically mean you're some sort of spiritual guy. So those things don't correlate. They don't cause each other. They may correlate, but it's not a causation.
Do you enjoy the smell of your own farts? Yes or no?
And I'm not going to be derailed by this nonsense. So
Depends what I mean.
thank you. So that's one thing. And look, I get it. You're frustrated. You're deeply insecure. You need people to hug you. And I'm here for you. Trust me. I've stuck the longest out of anybody else probably in your life.
And the worst thing about Shiva is that at his core, he's this like manipulator, exploiter, anything for money, anything that gets money in his pocket, anything that where he can trick a scam or do anything like that. That's his core. That is at his core. And I'm not saying he's like that with everybody, just like consider him his friend. But when push comes to shove, that's always what he will default back to. The more money that he kicked me off the live stream and lost all his viewers because some schmuck that wants to create a parasocial relationship sent him $50. So he'll kick me off the live stream. He'll do whatever.
I thought it was reasonable, and I'm glad I did. The relationship became much better, and it taught me many things. So look, this is a going back and forth. We're here together. We're dual live
If I
streaming.
have to be the bad guy, then I'll be the bad guy. If I have to take on this persona and this mask of being the bad guy to get people to be real about themselves, then that's what I'll do. Because trust me, I'm real about me. I spent 8 years of being a Buddhist monk. I went to the Zen meditation center when I was 20 years old to start fixing my mind because I was schizophrenic. That's what I respect about it. Right? I don't want anybody in here to have any problems. We're living at a temple together. We're living in a community together. I'm not going to be fighting or messing around with anybody. You're going to find the meekest, humblest, head down, playful, kind person that you've ever met in your life. I just want to be in my room and live my life. But in this kind of environment, there's a chance for me to strong arm and say, hey, wait a minute, and then come back to my own practice of forgiveness of myself and of other people.
I want to ask you a question. Why do you constantly talk over me? Why don't you let me finish my sentences?
Sounds like a you problem. Who here wants me to release the Shiva files? Who here wants me to release the documents that I've obtained from Shiva's private servers on what has gone on recently that's very impactful, that took place literally hours ago? That's going to that I'm going to have to make a full video talking about. Who wants me to release those files?
You better not release those files. You don't even have those files.
You have to release them. It's about minor.
No, this will entirely restructure Shiva's entire social identity. That's how real these files are. Or his fake persona, his fake social identity.
It's
Because
kind
of
of
course, if it
true.
was a real identity, Reese would still be here, Leo would still be here, the fucking loser Viking white guy fucking scam artist would be, fake spiritual guru would be here. And instead, because he's so fake and because he doesn't know himself, everything that he's created has been destroyed.
That's somewhat true.
$1,000 to release the file tonight.
There we go.
The files.
The true colors come out. It's not pink. It's
I'm
whatever.
just putting it out there for people. If somebody's really serious about that, $1,000, and Shiva would understand about that as well. Shiva would do the same kind of thing.
Absolutely.
If somebody gives $1,000, my Cash App, my PayPal, whatever, then I'll release the file right now. We'll all
Yeah.
talk about it.
And if you send $900 to me, I'll release it. So it's
He doesn't have
10%
any
off.
file. He doesn't have any
10% off.
information. It's all
I'm
been
the
taken.
originator of the files. 10% off to me.
How you doing, Krishna? What's up with you, man? These files directly relate to Krishna's donor-based relationship with Shiva, Kailash, Shambho. This is the final straw that breaks the camel's back. No offense, I'm not trying to be racist, Krishna. I appreciate your apartment. This is real. This is real.
This is not real.
And I want to make this more real, but until people are actually beginning to practice generosity seriously and kind of settle down their egos, then there's very hard limits on what can be built and what can happen here. Because there are different levels of this. It's just like if everybody in the Discord server was an arm wrestler and this was an arm wrestling meetup. There are some people that are superior to you in strength and skill in the thing that you're interested in. And your ego getting in the way of that is pure stupidity. And it doesn't matter how parasocial and disassociated your mind gets about it, right? When it comes down to it, there's no question your ego is removed about what happens on the table. The situation here is where people don't even put their arms on the table and are somehow spiraling in ego narratives about how they're equals here. I'm not trying to do that to build up my own ego because listen, living here, living with all these people or like intermingling with all these people's egos here would drive me fucking insane. Right? But that's a reality. So how do you improve in arm wrestling? By magically reading a book or flipping a flop or whatever the hell? No, by training, by practicing with other people that have been training for decades and decades. That's it. That's it. And I'm here to give you a reason to train, to give you a reason to be concerned with going further on the path. Period. And I don't want to sell anybody here anything. I don't want to sell you malas. I don't want to sell a program to you. I don't want to sell a fake relationship, a mentorship relationship with you. I can help you as much as you're willing to sacrifice yourself. It's just like all the different people that have called me and said, Dr. Rob, I'd like to be a monk. And now I'm in a situation where I'm somebody who I don't know. I'm trying to walk them through all the reasons why they could be a monk, about why it's good to be a monk, about why they're not ready to be a monk. They don't even know about what Buddhism is, and they're asking me to help them become a monk. So the more that you're in a position to sacrifice yourself, the more that I can play with you and work with you. But unlike a lot of people, I'm not willing to be fake. I'm not willing to put on a bullshit persona to make you think that I'm some fucking kind of financial analyst or spiritual analyst or whatever. It's up to you how far you want to go. I'm happy to share whatever resources I can with whoever. I'm happy to give people money. I'm not worried about giving somebody $20 so they can put gas in their tank or they can buy food because whatever. I'm looking for that opportunity to be the one who's always raised with a helping hand. And that's why I do these live streams. And this is better for me than just sitting and watching anime or just hanging out and watching movies or jerking off or whatever the fuck. Whether I'm being an ideal person or not, because this is making people concerned and interested in spiritual life and spiritual strength and spiritual the interest alone. And if you don't value where you put your attention, then you need to shift that. If you're just willing to put your attention onto something because it's drama or it's crazy or whatever you make up in your mind about it, you shouldn't do that. There's nothing more valuable than where you put your attention. So don't ask me what I'm doing here. Ask yourself what you're doing here listening to me. And this is an evolution that takes a lot of time. And because I have so much faith in this internal spiritual practice, I don't need to fucking pretend to be somebody and pretend to be real. I'm sorry, everybody. I was going through something. Now I'm going to behave. I'm not behaving for anybody. Fuck everybody. Okay? Because I know that this internal spiritual practice and merits and doing good deeds and my intentional actions, the deep intention that I have is good, and that I'm going to get the results from that goodness, not, hey, everybody, I'm Dr. Rob. I'm sorry how I was acting. Can you donate to me now? I'm really going to change. Fuck all that. I'm going to change inside myself, and I'm going to share that change. And I'm going to use my environment to stay in the line of changing in the way that I want to change by being willing to put myself out there and make mistakes like this. And I'm trying to get Shiva to do a similar thing instead of just being so focused on money.
Sir Mud Muffin, Stud Muffin, what do you mean? What did I say?
And if he really wants money, he should go and get a job and save up money, and then he can go and travel around for years, just with a couple midnight gospel. We're not here to play that game, man, and you will get server muted. Okay, we're not here to play that game, midnight gospel. This is not some kind of Rasta UK benefits program, bus driver spiritual show. Just mute your mic, all right? We're not here to play that game. This is not about you. Nobody knows who you are. You don't have a YouTube channel. You don't teach. You don't have any verifiable history of doing anything with spirituality. You're just here to make noise and bullshit people. So how about we don't do that?
You can do it, bro. Just remember reading Dharma, right? Speech, right? Effort.
Just shut up. No, you're not a member of the community. And this is one of the main things that I want to bring to people's minds. You have to earn a seat at the table. You don't just show up out of nowhere and say, I've got an opinion and I'm going to convince people to parasocially identify with my opinion because here I am. It doesn't work like that. Just like it doesn't matter if fucking Jesus comes out of the forest and comes up to your kid and says, hey, I want to tell you about stuff. Get the fuck away from here, hobo. It doesn't matter what your opinion is. It doesn't matter how right you are. If you haven't earned a seat at the table through your generosity and through your self-sacrifice, then you've got nothing to say. Then your voice has no relevancy. But I really believe what I'm saying. It doesn't fucking matter if you believe what you're saying. You could be a flat earther coming here.
Speech, right?
And then we all parasocially say, well, we're all here and this person's saying something, so I guess we have to deal with it. No, we don't have to deal with it. Off with their heads. No, this community, this space is our child. And if you don't know somebody and they're clearly just trying to put their voice and their opinion out there, and you can't go look at the past 8 years of them being a monk and sharing and giving and all this, and same with Shiva and the live streams that he does, then you can't just listen to people because you can't know them because they're not available for you to know them. And you can't listen to people that you don't know. Let's look at a Zen center. Let's look at a highly formal and kind of contrived and structured Zen center. You could be the greatest Zen master in the fucking world and show up there, the literally, truly, the most enlightened person in the world. But you show up there and you don't show up and you don't work and you don't give and you don't volunteer. Nobody's going to listen to you because you haven't put in the time and the effort and the heart to be listened to. It doesn't matter how enlightened you are. Now, of course, there are special exceptions if you're actually farther along on the path, but you can't rely on that because you're only as far on the path as you are. So if we had somebody that was more advanced than me, let's fucking go. That's the best possibility. That's the best fucking possibility in the world. Somebody who was a Buddhist monk for 9 years, somebody who was a Buddhist monk for 10 years, somebody who's a Buddhist monk for 1,000 fucking years. I'm whipping out my dick and shaking it until the milk comes out. So I'm just trying to orient you guys towards that because that's the most reliable way to step forward on your spiritual path, not these parasocial values that you create from fake community and opinions that you have. It's not about opinions. We want to go to opinions. We're going to go to the opinion of Bodhidharma, of Hakuin, of Ikkyu, of fucking whoever wrote the Heart Sutra, whatever. We're not going to go to each other. But somebody steps up and gives, they have a voice. And we can also give with our heart and our vulnerability and our raw experience. Please, Tanner.
Through your experience, what has had the most impact on building a good community?
Exactly what I said. Giving in community, being a part of a community that's built around giving. And that's why I challenged you, man, because if you've got the money, then that's a way you can give. That's a way you can volunteer. That's a way you can support. Another way that you could volunteer is all kinds of different stuff. But it's not about me. It's just that I'm facilitating or leading or structuring or guiding or working the most. So I'm the person who says, hey, this is the way that you could approach it.
Sarah,
It's how much you're willing to give. And if you can give your practice, that's going to show up in the way that you appear. But as a business person, you might not have a lot of time to give to practice. So you need to practice self-sacrifice to open yourself up to actually be met at that level. Not from your weakness, but from where your strength is. So if your strength is money, you can start there. But this is a totally new paradigm for people. And it's an unbelievable paradigm for people. And I'm trying to show how unbelievable it is through the contrast of insanity and mindfulness and detachment, me yelling at, screaming at trolls and acting crazy, and me fucking chanting the Heart Sutra and going through Buddhist scriptures and going line by line and explaining it. Like, I can't do that. Like, I can't lead a meditation community. Like, I can't lead a 10-day Vipassana retreat tomorrow.
Let's pretend to do like speech, right? Right after.
This is the problem of pretending to hold these values because it gives you a stronger opinion.
So
Oh,
Sarah
really?
says that you were a monk for 8 years, so you have a lot of stored up words that have to come out nonstop. This is the
Yeah,
purging. This
just
is the
nonsense, just irrelevant nonsense. And so this is one of the problems, right? A lack of
I think
direction
that's
and a
true and
lack of
funny.
inspiration and a lack of vision means that a community can't be built. So the bigger the vision is and the bigger that you're willing to give to that, the more possibilities that come out of that. So that's a part of why Shiva's whole server collapsed, because he didn't really have any vision of it outside of making money. And, at least he was able to destructure the whole kind of fake persona that he had of being like a spiritual guru and selling chakra sessions and whatever he was doing. I don't really fully understand it, but I know it has a lot to do with money, and originally had a lot to do with him thinking that he was a lot more advanced than he thought that he was, which is a very, very big problem. And he's much less in the line of that problem as well. Well, people don't understand that being a teacher is more like being a father, right? Or being a brother, an elder brother. It's not about I'm in charge, I'm the controller, I'm the one who has the power. It's about community, it's about an interdependent relationship. So to be a teacher, you can't self identify as a spiritual teacher. It's a title that's given to you by other people. And when that title is given to you by other people, you can represent that in relationship to those people that have given that to you. So if you just have the title of being a teacher to a bunch of disassociated people that have a very low level and are very not serious, that value doesn't hold much weight out of that circle, right? So this is the difference between Shiva having people who donate $2 and $20 and $50 to boot me off of the live stream versus people that support me to continue on my path and continue doing my work.
David, I'm pretty sure Rob was a legitimate monk. And
Tell them to join the Discord. And this is the other thing. Everybody deserves a fair voice. Everybody's equal here. Everybody's not equal here. If you're not willing to show up, it's like if we were in a community and we had a work meeting because we all came around and volunteered in our own ways that inspired us every day. With Elric, doing his orange hat wearing stuff and looking at and vaping and things. So that's his service, right? Or Tanner, and he's doing he's putting garages on everybody's door, right? And maybe I'll be doing my teaching. So we have a work meeting every day. And that's a part of our structure. And instead of somebody showing up to the work meeting, somebody calls somebody who's at the work meeting and says, hey, everybody, I'm going to do my work today too. Or I have something to say. Well, then fucking show up. So if somebody's not willing to make the smallest step of showing up, to join a call, to call in on WhatsApp, to do something as simple and normal as that, their voice is irrelevant if something real is going on. Just like in business.
that is so okay. Let me read this. This is important.
And as we go through that process, all of these complications and convolutions and wastes of energy are going to come up. And the teacher, the guider's role is to say, drop that and go and plant that tree and don't worry about that person. I'll go and slap them on the head on my way to taking a shit.
If Ro-
Simple and clean, right? To slice cleanly and just zero. Bring it to a 0 point and let's continue in the work that we're doing. But if somebody's not willing to show up and they want to interfere and they want to have their voice heard, they're probably just here to get their fucking ego off.
If Rob is a man of his word, he would only post private donors, only Zoom meetings with Shelley, Travis, and other donors to a small advertising.
And this is exactly the weird, fake, parasocial, ego, super ego stuff that's entirely antithetical to the Dharma. And when Shiva goes out of his way to platform this stuff, he's once again showing himself to be totally inequipped to be in any kind of leadership position at all. And he's like that because he hasn't spent time as a student. He hasn't spent time in community where you're just the person who has to show up at the work meeting. And then if you want to go and do your own thing, the group comes together who's actually in control and fucking hangs you and fucking immolates you in front in their little group circle meeting and then pisses on your corpse. And then you go out and you're fucking burned and dead and crucified. And so it's this kind of stuff. People say, why do I get heated with Shiva? Because he's a really fucked up individual for the platform that he has and for the stuff that he's doing.
What?
He's really twisted and broken and wrong and backwards in what he's doing. And he's always doing backward stuff. And I already
Wow.
addressed, if you have something real to say, now bringing in like people who are members of the community who are like donors and practitioners and have their own Buddhist practice and volunteer at meditation centers who are part of my community, and then using them to prop up some fake parasocial voice for them to feel like their ego is a part of what's going on instead of showing up and being vulnerable and the smallest degree of investment and involvement to just join a Discord and talk. So clearly they're a nefarious and out of the mind person. And then Shiva takes on that persona and says, this is all, they gave me $5, guys. This is something we need to think about. No, it's not. It's something to be ignored. And Shiva is constantly creating these parasocial relationships with these psychopaths. And I'm telling him, it's not just going to be not allowing him to connect with people who are here now, but moving forward, that energy is going to follow him with a tail. And he's not going to be supported
Do
as he
you
even
have
doesn't
a
even want to. He just
certificate for
wants to
being a
keep
monk?
doing this like grift. He just wants to keep doing like this entertainment grift
No, I don't.
indefinitely.
Do you have a
With
certificate for
me.
being a monk? Do you have a certificate for being a monk?
And you can see like the level that
Oh
this
my
is
God.
trying to bring down to, like literally in levels,
No,
totally
no.
bringing the level
You're the
back
one
down, not
bringing
to
it down.
zero, but to like -50 or -25 or whatever. And this is what Shiva does. That's why I get hit on his ass about it, because it's total fake bullshit. And you have to know how to penetrate through that bullshit to say, totally not involved with that, totally not listening to that, and just ignore it.
Has he improved since you've met Rob?
He's just let go. So before I met him, he thought that he was enlightened and he was going through like mania with the community that he tried to join in Bali, and he was super confused about what he was going to do next. So at the very least, he doesn't think he's enlightened anymore, which is a big improvement because that's like totally cuts off real spiritual practice. But he's also excommunicated himself for like actually getting further training. So in Shiva's mind, he really equates us as having like an equal level of training. Shiva has never trained with a master. He's never spent real time living in community outside of being a tourist at some of these meditation centers or spiritual center, which is great that he's done, which is 100% great that he's done. But he's never spent time as like a representative for the Sangha. He's never spent time in a position of responsibility. He's never spent time as being like a long-term meditation teacher like I've done. Um, he's only been to a few meditation retreats. So it's not equal, whether he'd like it to be or not.
Who is going to listen and donate to Rob if there's no ego there?
And also it's not about the different people. It's about you. It's not about what's going on with me and Shiva and what's going on with the quote unquote community. It's about you. It always comes back to you. It comes back to your life. It comes back to your identity. It comes back to your relationship with your own mind, regardless of what's going on.
So David, you can look at his YouTube channel. He has many years of at least the appearance of being a monk.
Don't respond to it, man. This is the same
Why
person
not?
that paid you $50 to kick me off the stream.
He's asking a
It's just
question.
bullshit. So
Why are you
that's
so
why
irritated?
right now
Why are you so
I'm in my
frustrated?
personal practice and stabilization
Don't
phase
be so frustrated.
and reaching out to people and kind of forming these
Relax.
connections naturally. But it's not a time where we're, what are we going to build? Where are we going to build? What are we going to do? None of that's really on the table. It's just creating environments like this for us to be challenged and to challenge each other. And nobody's more open to a challenge than I am.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny you should say that. So who's going to donate to you and listen to you if you have no ego? Anon user asks.
Okay, go ahead, Tanner. You wanted to say something?
Oh man, I just think that you guys are kind of creating one of the coolest little environments ever. So, I mean, I'm willing to donate to just watch you guys grow it.
Well, you're not listening closely enough. It's not a we. It's somebody who actually has the experience and is leading and guiding, and it's somebody who's latching onto that primarily to make money. You need to understand that. You need to understand it. It doesn't mean that
Just
he's a bad
because
person. It's just a
I don't
very
have the same
different
training as you.
energy that's taking place here. And people who actually know Shiva can attest to that. People who've been around Shiva for a while, they know that he's a grifter, he's a money guy, and that's fine. But if you put us next to each other,
What?
you can see the differences are extremely stark. Shiva does not talk at this level. Point blank, period. Shiva does not communicate at this level at all. He's not capable
Or
of
being agitated?
communicating at this level.
Being agitated and angry? That's true, I don't.
I mean, Shiva provides the connection. I think you provide like the Sangha because you have the experience, but Shiva provides the personal, well, not personal, but just like the connection that people need to feel like they are a part of a community.
The certificate means that somebody's looking around in their own colon for how to verify that I was a monk. Guess what? The verification of me being a monk is not located in your asshole. Okay? Go to my YouTube channel, sort by old, and watch 100 hours of video, watch 500 hours of video. Go and see for yourself. Don't be an anus dweller.
All right, David wants to join. Let's invite him in. It's also in my description.
Okay, anybody here who's not sincerely leaving, please, sincerely listening, please leave, because I think the Discord call is maxed out right now.
Yeah, there goes your theory that the Discord call chat whatever is dead. It's clearly not dead.
It's not
And
dead because I'm here
yeah,
facilitating it and
no,
creating the energy of
you're
the
part
space,
of my
Shiva.
Discord, buddy. You're part of my Discord. You're a member of my community.
Yeah, just make up all the nonsense you want to
Just
make
like
up.
Miriam was.
What are you, DNSL? Are you Daniels now? What are you, from Norway? Shut up, Shiva. You don't even know what you're doing.
That's the reason why I'm here.
Excuse me? Who just said that? What did they say?
I said Shiva sent out the server invite for the VC, so that's the reason why I'm here.
Fuck you.
Take that back. That's bad language.
How's that for spirituality?
Okay, David is gonna come into the Discord show and face you to.
So Shiva, what they need to do, they need to join the chill vibes only. Click and hold on their name, and you can drag them into the VC. So that's a way you can go beyond the 25 person limit. At least it used to be in Discord. And I get ahead of myself because I get inspired by this stuff, and I realize that most people are not thinking about it that way, and I get worked up. But I'm very sincere about what's going on here, and I'm very passionate about this whole situation. But everybody's going to think in their own way, and I'm not trying to get anybody to think how I'm thinking. I'm just trying to share it. And I see how my ego gets entwined in that. But it's really not about me. Like I was saying, if there's somebody more experienced in here, I'll be, dripping. Okay, so Shiva, you need to click on their name and drag them in. But there
All
should be
right.
space now for them to join. Now you still have to do it. Or just
Look,
make me a moderator in your channel, man. Just make me able to drag people in VC.
all right. But please don't abuse your power like I know you will.
There's nothing to abuse the power. Your server's totally dead. It's been dead for a while.
It's clearly not dead. It's a maxed out server. You can't get in.
Okay, the perms are still not correct. You need to. You don't have the correct perms. I can't drag this person.
Well, who is this
Wait a
person?
minute. Let me see.
Where's
Let me
your-
see. Hold on.
Where's
Yeah.
your ordination certificate?
It's in your mother's ass. Go and get it.
And who did you
Whoa.
train?
Go and get it. Go and get it. Go and get it. Go and get it. Go and get it.
What's his name? What's the name of your master?
His name is Fart Master. His name is Fart Master 3000. That's who ordained me, okay? That's who I got Upasampada with. My Upachaya is Fart Master 3000.
Bro.
My Upachaya is Fart Master 3000.
You're a grown man child who's looking for fucking everyone else to have the fucking. You have no affirmations in
All right,
real
Shiva,
life.
you just do it then, Shiva. So go to Chill Vibes Only, right click on Honey. There should be a thing that says move to. There should be an option that says move to.
Okay, I did.
And then you can move him over
I
there.
did.
All right, thank you. All right, Honey, is this David? Is
No,
this
David is the
David,
guy-
Honey?
No, David is the guy that's
Where's
talking to you right now.
David?
Where's your ordination certificate?
I already told you where it was. Are you not listening?
And what was the name of your monastery?
I told you it was Fart Master 3000. Okay, so the ordination so let's go through this. So hold on, let's go through this. Let's be clear. The ordination certificate is in your mother's ass. Hold on, let's go through it, right? The ordination certificate is in your mother's ass. The Upachaya is Fart Master 3000. And now you're asking what the temple is?
Yes, what's
The temple is called Fuck You Temple in Fuckville.
Why? Why you gotta be so abusive and rude? Don't
Yo,
do that.
Don't
That's not
ever
coming.
challenge my certification. You can say a lot of things, but don't ever challenge my veracity as a monk. Not ever challenge my veracity as a monk. That's one thing you will never do. That is one thing you will never do. Do not ever challenge my veracity as a monk.
Doesn't even have a name of a monastery that he attended. That's also a bullshit fact that he's not a monk.
you sound like a fucking. Wait a second.
Little.
Let's all be kind. Hey, honey. Hey, everybody. Just because Dr. Rob says something doesn't mean you do what Dr. Rob does, right? So be kind. Let's be kind with this guy. Let's hear him out.
Look at your purple. Dog. Put some fucking bass in your voice because you sound like a little.
Honey, come on, man. Relax. Let this guy talk. Let's hear what he has to say. He's a passionate guy, knows about Buddhism. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, you got no ordination.
Honey, shut your fucking mouth, you little dumb bitch. Keep your fucking mouth shut when I tell you to shut your mouth, honey.
Oh, look at you. Look at you getting so mad. Oh, that's so cute. A real monk would not do that, bro. Shut the fuck up. You're a dog shit goof.
Okay.
Yeah, look at you all quiet now.
All
Sit
right,
there
all
and
right,
shut
all
the
right,
fuck
all right.
up. Dr. Rob, Dr.
Bitch.
Guys, let's
Wait,
all
Meta, you
keep this
saying this guy's
PG
not a
13.
monk? This is crazy.
Yeah, he's not a monk, bro. That ain't a monk.
Right? There's no way.
A monk knows when to shut the fuck up.
Meta, you do sound like a little, like, at least try to deepen your voice a little bit.
Shut up,
I
honey.
don't
Nobody
need
cares about your fucking biceps and your fucking test that you're shooting. You just be quiet, man. Oh no, people are leaving.
No, I booted him.
Oh no, Doctor.
Oh. No, he's definitely worthwhile of being booted. There's no doubt about that.
Yo,
That's-
so when you meditate for 8 years, do you become this obnoxious, or is that just like you?
Okay, that's the first warning. Second warning is a like 1 hour timeout.
Be respectful,
So
okay?
be
Maybe be
respectful, yes.
respectful to each other as men, all right?
Wait, so I never got a warning though.
Well, your disconnection is one warning.
He's not talking to you, honey. He's talking to the other guy with the baritone voice.
What? Yo, Rob,
Okay.
when you meditate for
Dr.
8
Rob.
years, do you just put,
Dr. Rob. You don't know him. You're not my buddy. You're not my pal. Dr.
I
Rob.
don't care.
You want
I
to
don't
talk
care.
to me?
Do
You call me by
do you
my
definitely
name,
become
Dr. Rob.
obnoxious when you meditate for 8 years? There's
I heard it takes most people 10.
So where's Dylan? Or where's Dogma or
Rob.
Danny Donator?
I love your makeup, Dr. Rob.
Rob, I actually I liked you a lot at first, but I do have a little beef with you. I don't like the way that you speak to Shiva.
I don't care. This isn't about some parasocial relationship bullshit. And this is the problem with people, right? You talk about all these things, these high-minded principles and practices. It goes in one ear and it goes out the other, and we're back to ego fartville, ego fuckfaceville. Take your ego and fuck it off somewhere. This is not about your ego. But I'm here. But I'm here. Shut your fucking mouth. You're here.
Okay. Chill out on the curse words,
Like that,
please.
if you were truly humble. If you talk about all this ego, all this parasocial stuff, you would.
I'm not going to play games with disassociated losers. You want to be real? You want to talk to me? You buy a membership. This is not for free. This is not free time to talk about whatever you want.
Wow.
You are not going to devalue me with your weak ego and your bullshit. Quiet down and keep quieted down. You want to talk to me? You pay to talk to me. You set up a meeting time. You give me, let's say you want to do a 1 hour session. You want to do a 1 hour session, $300. How about that? Otherwise, I ain't hearing that voice because it's disturbing and ignorant. Okay? I have boundaries too. Chanath, make sure you mute Honey. Everybody here who's on my team, just locally mute Honey. Locally mute Honey because I'm not listening to that bullshit.
You can serve
I'm not
me.
listening to some parasocial freak that wants to come in and pretend that they're friends. Right click and mute. I can't hear you, Honey. You can say everything you want. I can't hear you. I'm not listening to you. You want to talk to me? You want me to hear your voice? You pay money. Same with you, Toes. You're getting muted too.
That dude was off his rocker. Holy.
It's 2:46 a.m. Maybe it's time to go to sleep.
It's not time for me to go to sleep. Might be for you time to tuck in your little call the police on the chickens. I'm here to go to work. And this has been dismantled and devalued and brought into a lower level of consciousness. Trice Razor, you're locally muted too. You can talk all you want, but I can see a troll from a mile away. You want to talk to me? You want me to hear your voice? You can pay me for that. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. Simple as that. Yeah, everybody else here, they want to hear trolls' voices and hear what random losers have to say about bullshit, about their fake ego games. You can leave it to you. You're not going to be leaving it to me. Shut that shit down quick. I protect my energy.
How much coffee did you have to drink?
Just a normal cup, but I had it at about midnight. So I've got the energy. But the trolls are coming out. The trolls have identified that this is an important moment for them to calm out and try to fuck with me. But of course, they're too obvious. You have to be subtle. You have to be meandering. You have to be patient to do a good troll, not just this hyper masculine fake bullshit.
You said you like the challenge. I'm fucking super obvious.
What did this person not understand about me locally muting them? Why are they yelling into the mic like they're talking to me? I haven't heard you for like 5 minutes. You're muted. I can't hear your voice. Who are you yelling at? You're not yelling at me. I can't hear you.
It's still going.
Yeah, I don't know what's that about, but good luck with the ego stuff. Hope everything calms down.
Bragging.
So let's reorient, Shiva. Let's get a hold of your server. Kick these trolls out, kick these dummies out, and let's come back to a space you know where we have a high level of discussion and a high level of communication. Talk about things that have value.
The meditation to fix your schizophrenia, Rob?
Yes.
It fixed it?
Yes. What do you want, an award? You want me to fuck you or something? What do you want?
Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to say that?
How did they fix it? I'm just confused.
Yeah, you're confused. Well, just stay confused. I don't know what you want to do. Why do you need me to explain myself to you? Who the fuck are you? Go and watch YouTube videos. What do you want? What, I'm supposed to just be some lunatic who's explaining myself to random people online? Yes, the meditation
you have
cured the schizophrenia. I just said the meditation cured schizophrenia, so I don't have schizophrenia anymore.
Can you show me the science behind that?
No. Why are you pretending like I have some invested interest in justifying myself to you? Stop pretending that.
I think it's you that has to prove yourself to your community
I
at this point.
what you think. You're just some anonymous troll dummy. What are you talking about? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you because you can't hear what I'm saying. Try Crazer. You're muted now. What are you talking about? You need to believe. What did you just do, Shiva? Oh, you shut it down. That's a good play, but it's a very coarse and doesn't do anything play. Doesn't do absolutely anything, but that's at least it's a move, man. It's definitely a move. Doesn't mean that it does absolutely nothing besides maybe kick some people out that were adjacently interested who were actually real and not just trolls. All right, one more tries Crazer. I'm gonna unmute you one more time, and I challenge you to not pretend that I have some kind of invested interest in explaining anything to you, or that you're some kind of representative of anything of any value. Okay, so just try not to pretend that. Go ahead, try Crazy. You're unmuted.
What?
Oh, cat got your tongue, huh? Well, I'll put you back on mute then. Let one of your little friends try. Why don't you give it a shot, Toes? Say something that's not pretending that I'm like trying to justify myself and that you're the one who's going to put me in that position. Go ahead, Toes. Hello, Earth to Toes. Uh-oh. Oh, uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Self-reifying laughter. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. I'll reify myself with laughter because I'm out of my element. I don't have any technique or skill to penetrate the great shield. I don't know who this guy is or what he's talking about, so self-reifying laughter is the answer. Go ahead, Toes, one more try. Let's hear the big tough guy. Let's hear the smart guy. Let's hear the smart guy. Go ahead, Toes.
Well, let's say you then, because you are the small guy.
Well,
Just get a pedicure.
yeah, I don't think he's crying, but he's certainly laughing and pretending to be tough.
What
Okay,
the
thank you.
hell?
This is Dharma protector work, everybody. Dharma protector work. It's very important
How are
work.
they joining if this is only for one
Because
person?
you're doing nonsense stuff, man.
Anyways, let's leave that. Let's just talk here. KK wants to say that she loves you. She wants you to
Thank
know that
you.
she loves you.
Thank you, KK.
Stud
Appreciate the
Muffin says,
support. Keep it coming, KK. Make a bigger support is better.
yes, thank you. And Stud Muffin says, I will fly Rob out to LA, accept the challenge.
Sacre blue. An offer for bad food across the world. Well, I think I'll eat what I have here on my table, all right? I think I'll pop a couple in.
Okay.
Somebody's offering me bad food. Well, I better fly out.
All right, let's get real here. Let's get real here. Oh, this is my friend that got gifted us. Got gifted
I think we
a.
have to restart the entire live stream. I think that's what you were applying that. Let's turn this live stream off. Let's restart, and the algorithm's going to double down on us. We're
We're
going
at
to have a lot
100.
more viewers, a lot more energy.
We're at 125 viewers. We keep going. This is how this has happened, and I want to keep the consistency. Yeah, Krishna, that's true. It got real toxic in there, and Somebody wants to know if you're enlightened. Are you enlightened?
I'm not angry.
Me and Muffin versus Shiva and Rob. People are challenging us. You said you're the first person to accept a challenge, but here you are backing down. I think that's a little bit inappropriate. And I like you, Dr. Rob. I like you. I like most things about you. I don't like that you're cursing all the time and you're aggressive to people and
Simple as that.
rude. Yeah, it's a little bit distasteful, and also not spiritual and not conducive to
Okay, great. I
common.
don't care. I don't care. Just shut up.
But why don't you care? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe you should care a little bit more.
No, there's no problem with it. I will watch out because
So I'm selling a fart maxing course. I have access to Chinese peptides that are very unknown. This is something that would allow you to MOG 8 plus primes. And if you are a sub 7, stop coping, stop pretending that you are somehow going to be able to MOG 8s or 9s or whatever. If you want to MOG 8 plus primes, for a lot of people out there, the best that you can do is fart max. It's a lot more realistic than you could become an 8 plus prime fart maxer that can even MOG 10s, versus that you're a sub 7 that's trying to justify your MOGs and your existence in the face of 8 plus primes.
How much?
It's a $50 WhatsApp group. You get access to the fart maxing group, and then you have an opportunity to get access to the peptides and all the information.
Yeah, what peptides are there?
That's the information that you get as a part of the fart maxing course. My heart's beating in a strange way.
That's the caffeine. You can't do this, man. You gotta chill out. The coffee, the mad energy, the aggression, it's not worth it. Maybe you need to drink some water.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
very okay.
caffeine.
I'm totally fine. I'm just experiencing my heart.
Nicotine plus
Could be
caffeine.
the Zins. It could be the Zins. Yeah, maybe I took too many Zins. I'm not sure.
This is not pre-recorded, Tyrone. This is live. You like to talk big, Rob? Accept the
All right, so
challenge.
tries Crazer. Give it another shot. I don't know why these people are talking about. Just join the Discord if you have something to say. What are you talking about? All this nonsense. And then we have your Dylan guy who's manipulating for you to go and do these kinds of things, and yet Dylan never shows up. Dylan, he donated me $5. Dylan is Anon user, dummy. It's the same person that enjoys manipulating you by giving you a couple bucks and gets off on you being easily manipulated.
What?
What do you mean?
Man, the delusional schizophrenia is coming
Go
back to
ahead,
bite me.
tries Crazer. What do you want to say? What do you want to say to the doc himself? Well, you're a tough guy. You got your mic all modulated and all completely messed up. Why don't you turn off those filters on your mic? Stop trying to make your cheap ass mic sound like some fucking DSLR camera. First of all, okay, turn off the fake filters on your mic to try to make it sound good. First of all, what do you want to say? What are you
Oh
doing
my.
here?
Oh, I'm just listening, bro.
Oh, you're a bro now, huh? We're back in high school, right? Aren't you a little bit old to be having locker room talk in high school? You gonna push me into the lockers? You gonna push me into the lockers and show that you're masculine? You gonna push me into the lockers and show me that you have more muscle density than I do? Do it.
Hell yeah.
Do it. Do it, man.
Dude, I'm only 20. I can say, bro. I don't know what's your problem.
Well, go ahead, Toes. What do you want to say? Your bro's been broed. What do you want to say, Toes?
He wouldn't have any problems. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, Metafuse. What's the deal? What's the fuse, Metafous? Make it clear. Let me know. Let me hear what the deal is, Metafous. I don't go alone. I come with a community. What do you want to say, Metafous? I'm here to listen.
The deal is I believe that you're fake. And I think that you're doing this just for money. That's what I believe.
Okay.
Is that the truth, or what do you have to say about that?
There is no self. There is no me. And don't you know about Buddhism? There's no self.
There's no self?
Why were you asking me where I became a monk if you don't even know the 3 marks of reality according to Buddhism? Non-self, impermanence, and suffering.
There's no you. What are you refining?
No. Hold on. Before we go into that, why are you asking me what monastery I ordained at when you don't even know what no self is? So here's my advice to you. Here's my advice to you. Before you start saying this person's not a monk, go and find out what Buddhism is about and what Buddhism teaches. Don't come here and ask me Dharma questions when you don't even know the most fundamental basic things about Buddhism.
Which was given to you by a trained Buddhist.
A trained Buddhist? An ordination certificate that was given to me by a trained Buddhist? What is a trained Buddhist? Who can ordain? Tell me who can ordain monks. Tell me who can ordain monks.
Ordination certificate is what a valid, legitimate monk is.
So if somebody who has a valid, hold on, why are you out of your mind? Are you on amphetamines or something? Listen closely. So are you saying you're challenging my knowledge about Buddhism? So I'm looking to you and seeing what your knowledge is about Buddhism, right? Okay, well, I'm challenging you. Well, then you're asking me and I'm challenging you, right? So who can ordain a Buddhist monk? Hold on. Before we go into that, please just answer this simple question. Hold on. Before we go into that, who can...
You're saying it's my whatever, so it's all ordained by preceptors.
Okay, please listen closely, Metafouls, before you foul up this whole situation. All right? This is not your server. You're not in control here. Question. Who, and please, when I unmute you, just answer the question. Don't yap about your personal identity and things and your opinions. This is not a place for that. So here's your question, Metafouls. Who can ordain a Buddhist monk? And try to be as specific as you possibly can. Who can ordain a Buddhist monk? Go ahead, Metafouls. Yeah, who can ordain a Buddhist monk? Who can make someone a Buddhist monk? Try to be as specific as you can. I'm trying to get some information about your level of understanding of Buddhism and monastic law and ordination and things like that. Asanda? Asanda can ordain Buddhist monks? Asangha. Asangama. Asangama can ordain Buddhist monks. Okay, well, there you go, everybody. So that's pretty clear, huh? A Sangha can ordain Buddhist monks, and I want to know what Sangha ordained you. And there he goes. He left. So listen, everybody, let's have a real, if we want to have a conversation, let's have a real conversation. Let's not just bullshit each other. That's correct, C. Thackeray. That's correct. And that's who ordained me, a very senior monk. So. Nora, did you have something to say? I saw you talking with it. And that's not a person to talk with, just FYI.
Yeah, I was like kind of confused about the situation, of the way of communication with each other.
The thing is that you can't talk to people like that. That doesn't actually work. If that worked, right, then all of the like debates and serious discussions that have been going on for years online, on Discord, on Pal Talk, in all kinds of different environments, right, would have led to some kind of resolution. So it's not just about going and talking to someone and trying to listen to them and trying to be sincere. In many cases, it's about cutting off their fucking head or ignoring them entirely. cutting
What?
off your own head.
Metaphorically speaking, I hope
Metaphorically and
you mean.
allegorically and ironic. This is a comedy show, everybody. This is SNL. This is a comedy. This is ironic, okay? This isn't serious, clearly. So that's something that people have a very strong belief about. Like, I'm going to step back. I'm going to have a real conversation with this person. It's like trying to step back and trying to talk somebody out of paranoid schizophrenic delusions. It doesn't work like that. Now, you could just go and listen to somebody, but your motivation to solve or understand the problem is going to totally interfere with your practice of compassionate listening. So just something to keep in mind. Listening without thinking, listening without expectation, listening without goal. And you might have to spend a long period of time taking in a lot of energy that you're not equipped to take into and get yourself involved with all kinds of nonsense. Excuse me? What did you say? Your mic is kind of messed up. What did you say? Hello? All right, so I'm restarting my live stream, and that's been working very well for me. So if you don't want to do that, then that's up to you. But it's the numbers go up, the views go up, you get refreshed on the algorithm. It seems to work very well.
Refreshed, you say, huh?
Just turn it off and turn it back on. Takes
What do
me
you-
a few seconds.
What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Should I do that?
Yeah, let's crowdsource to anonymous random people that we have no relationship to and don't know anything about for what they think that we should do. I
Man,
don't want to go to LA. I'm living my life. Why do I want to go to Los Angeles? For what? Go to Los Angeles for what?
why are you so defensive? Why are you so defensive?
I'm surrounded by stupid people, but on the Bodhisattva path I'm not fearful. I'm willing to give and I'm willing to let go of what I think. Shine, drop top, whiz up, go, A, plus. You get the bag and fumble it. I get the bag and flip it and fumble it. Straight at the lot, 300 cash, and the car came with a blunt in it. Lil' mama thought, and she got ass, and she gonna fuck up a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, dropping the dope in the stash. In Italy, got too foreign, Jose DM me. Drop the top when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, just be 100, just be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast. They say the dope on fleek.
Things are becoming now much clearer why your energy is this way. You memorized literal CIA rap songs.
Shiva, I just want to make information clear to you that for most women, modern rap music would be a lot less offensive and disgusting and inappropriate than a bearded 30-year-old that lives at home with his mom talking about how he's not going to accept a wife unless she's a virgin. And that women lose their spiritual purity when they have sex out of marriage. Just FYI, just for your general information.
There's no coming back from memorizing CIA slop.
Yeah. And that's what Nick Fuentes told you, right?
That's what the CIA revealed, their relationship to
Oh
rap
my God.
artists.
This guy is absolutely unbearable.
He calls me unbearable. That's how spiritual he is.
Just turn off your live stream and go to bed, Shiva.
He's spiritual. He can't handle me. I'm
Just turn
unbearable.
off your live stream and go to bed, buddy.
The CIA
Good
publicly
night
admitted
and
their
good luck.
relationship.
May you have the sweetest of dreams. Dear, oh dear Shiva, what a friend you've been. But a friend, alas, is a friend to let go of. Because on this journey we can only walk so long, and what we carry with us is not too long foregone let go of, because you can't carry things with you as you die. Finding this moment, finding this breath, finding this freedom, aha, I can rest. I feel my heart, I am not afraid. This tension in my chest, I will not let it.
I'm
Make me
unbearable too.
fearful.
I'm
That's why they
unbearable
call
too,
me
right?
Sonic.
Am I unbearable too? Yeah, David, what can you do? That's you shouldn't be surprised. Thank you, Zuka. Welcome to the channel.
Yeah, it's 24/7, Raptor. $100 on PayPal.
After, don't cause bad karma for yourself. That's disappointing. Very disappointing. Did you hear that? Can you hear me? 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 Can you hear me now? Did you unmute me? It lowers my volume, so that's why I'm asking. When he knows that I can hear him or he can hear me, I'll tell him something.
Hey, you look like some kind of French twat. You look ridiculous.
Look who's talking. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You hear that? That's the chicken. It's 3 a.m. right now. 3 a.m. And that's the chicken that's making the noise. It's crazy. So
Let's roll with it, baby.
I'm leaving.
Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. Tried to tell you so. Yes, I did, but I guess you didn't know. It's just as the sad story goes. Baby, now I got the flow. Cause I knew it from the heart. Baby, when you broke my heart, that I had to come again and show you that I'm real. You lied to me. All those times you said I love you so, you lied to me. Yes, I tried. Yes, I tried. You lied to me. Even though you know I die for you, you lied to me. Yes, I cried. Yes, I cried. Return of the Mac. There it is. Return of the Mac. Come on. Oh my God. I come once again, top of the world, my flow. Here I go, I'm back up in the game. Running things to keep my swing, letting all the people know that I'm back to run the show. Cause what you did was wrong, and all the nasty things you've done. Oh, 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 baby, listen, care. While I sing my comeback song. You lied to me, cause she said she'd never turn on me. You lied to me, but you did, but you did all this pain that you do. I know you lied to me.